So I find it all. Yeah, I did it.
Okay, welcome back everyone for day 4 here on the council floor. And with that, we're going back to G3 and I'm going to turn to Katrina. Just get us going here, Katrina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yesterday, the council left off with agenda item G3, Pacific Sardine Harvest Specifications and Management Measures for 2025 to 2026 final action, after having adopted an OFL and a biomass estimate, as well as adopting a P-STAR, an ABC, an ACL, an ACT, and other management measures, and adopting incidental catch allowances for CPS and non-CPS fisheries. The council tasked the CPS management team with going back and providing a retrospective analysis on the typical proportion of Pacific sardine landings attributed to the northern subpopulation of Pacific sardine, which is currently the only population managed in the CPS FMP. The CPSMT has provided supplemental CPSMT report 2 under agenda item G3 in the briefing book, and they will be available to speak to that today. The council may provide guidance as they see fit.
Okay, very good. Questions for Katrina? All right, so with that, we'll go to the GMT and Greg Krzyzkowski. I mean, Greg, you're back once again. We were mistaken yesterday.
Well, I'm glad that I answered the last question I was asked yesterday by Council Member Brady, that it was only likely that that would be my last report. So I was accurate. Yes, we were tasked with providing some information. So I will be reading from Coastal Pelagic Species Management Team report on Pacific sardine subpopulation landings from 2015 to 2024. The Coastal Pelagic Species Management Team provides average Pacific sardine northern subpopulation percentages of total U.S. catch since the directive fishery was closed in July 2015, and that is in a table. Based on a summary table of U.S. landings from Pacific Sardine Stock Assessment Report, and that is linked there to the stock assessment. This should be viewed as informational, and the CPSMT does not support its use for any management purposes in 2025 Pacific sardine fishing year. If the council wishes to move forward with assigning in-season catch to subpopulations in future, the CPSMT recommends additional analyses to fully explore the best approach. This can be further explored under agenda item G5. And the percentages are in there, and you can see them. I'm happy to go over that. We have averaged them at the bottom, but the range is pretty broad, as you might see there. And that's, so I'm summarizing here for you, but I'm happy to, go in more details and answer any questions. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Greg. Questions on the management team report? Vice Chair Hasselman.
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Greg. Just a question to refresh me on the process here. I know there's a habitat model and temperature for doing that. Can you generalize? This is all done after the season is over, but in that process, do you look at time periods for assigning proportions, like weekly or monthly, and then apply that, and then where the data comes from?
Yes, I am familiar with the process that is used. It is done by folks down at the Southwest Fisheries Science Center. I believe it's Dr. Juan Solinsky, who is one of the primary people of the developers of the habitat model. What they do is they actually look at the combination of sea surface temperature and chlorophyll that is comes from satellite images, and they look for over the entire month, and they do it in 1 month periods, and then they assign that habitat to what has been with the revised habitat model that includes that chlorophyll to, being suitable for northern subpopulation or not. And then they look at the catches and where the catches were relative to the habitat. And if, so basically if over that month, more than half of the area is suitable for northern subpopulation based on that habitat, they assign it to northern habitat. And if not, a little less, then it's not for the southern, then it would be, not for the northern subpopulation, presumably for the southern subpopulation. And then they look at where the landings occurred or where the fishing took place, and whether it was for each particular landing, and whether it was in that northern portion or in the habitat suitable for the northern stock or not. And then it is assigned to that. And so it's that, I think that summarizes it. If you had someone from the Science Center, they might be able to provide a bit more detail. I am very familiar with, the revised habitat model and have read the paper they put together very thoroughly. But someone from the SSC may also have additional information or that. But I think I've summarized it correctly. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thanks. And you don't have to answer this unless you know, but maybe later when we get into the discussion, it's a question for NIMS because it's satellite imagery. Then how fast does that become available for use? That would be my next question.
Yeah, I think it's pretty quick, but again, they do the whole month until they've got, a month's worth. So I'm not sure how long it would take them after the month is completed. I don't want to speak out of turn, but I have asked Dr. Zielinski about that, and is it something that they could do, after the month is done? And my recollection was that the indications were that it was something that they could potentially do if they have the people power, right? And workload is always an issue for and a concern.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
All right. Anybody else? Corey Niles, or Kyle Addix, as the sign says.
Thank you for pointing that out. I did not check the name tag. Yeah, thank you. First of all, thanks to the team and Greg. We just wanted to give you another chance to do your last statement, I guess. But no, but thank you for. I wasn't sure you would have time to even talk about it yesterday. I was nervous about that, and so I appreciate that you were able to put this together and understand you would like more time to think through it. But I guess figuring out how to say this, I guess my main concern has been when we had one meeting to consider a rebuilding plan. And basically that rebuilding plan, it seems like it's unlikely, but when voting for that, combined with this catch accounting, we are going to shut fisheries down if landings reach the whatever marker we're using. I'm not going to pretend to remember which one it is, the ACL or not, but to me that is not, and the only reason I voted for that was because we were going to fix this catch accounting thing, because it would make zero sense to shut someone down at the ACL level, knowing, I think you guys are, I don't see here, you're not telling us that you believe that landings are 100% northern substock. And I think a lot of us in the groundfish world and even the salmon world would recognize the method that we would use to do this. But I think it's a really easy thing to say, looking at this data you said us, that it's on average it's been 27.18. I'm not going to bet anybody any money that it'll be 27.18 next year, but I'll bet you a lot of money that it's not going to be 100%. And so anyway, long way to say thank you. And I think we could look, I think I've heard ideas around the room that this is something that can be addressed over the medium term. But again, appreciate you all giving it a thought yesterday.
Thank you, Corey. And yes, we are familiar with the credit card fish that are in the salmon world and the scorecard fish that are in the groundfish world and that sort of thing. So thank you.
Thank you, Corey. Anyone else? Brianna Brady.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Welcome back, Greg. So in the management team discussions, did you have time, or were you able to talk about the biology of how the habitat model works and this percent approach, specifically that we would be allowing catch throughout the year that would be on actual northern subpop, and what that might do biologically to the stock if you're just applying this simple percentage approach rather than an approach where you know that it's not northern subpop and you're not accounting for southern subpop against the northern subpop target.
So let me see if I understand your question before I try to answer it. When you say the biological aspects, are you asking about, the stock productivity? I mean, there are times when the stocks may intermix, and, we're hearing from the geneticists that we may actually be looking at one stock, all the way down into the Gulf of California. So, so biologically, the question is, so I'm just trying to see if I understand your question correctly.
Thanks. Not so much the mixing, but just the fact that we know that there's no northern subpop in Southern California for the months of, say, June to August. And why wouldn't you approach it that way to remove the ACL, or to remove that catch from the ACL, rather than specifically allowing catch on northern subpop and then applying this percent?
Yeah, there was a pretty robust discussion about how to approach this. And, we talked about, we also had council staff in the room that tried to explain, well, this is what you were asked, and, give us a little bit more there. And there were, they said whatever the management units were, right, and, used metric tons. But I said, well, could the units be months? Could we separate it out by months? Or we also looked at, this data that is in this table on a based on the stock assessment semesters, right, which are 6 months at a time. And, we had a table that had the percentages for that as well. We chose to just put the yearly in there. We didn't want to confuse things too much. So, yes, there was a very robust discussion about that. But this is what we ended up coming up with in the end. So, does that answer your question?
Thank you, Brianna. All right. Anybody else? Thanks, Greg. Oh, Josh.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Not a question. I missed the round of thank yous yesterday, and I'd be remiss if from the NIM seat we also didn't thank Mr. Krutzikowski for his years of service representing ODFW and furthering the conservation management of CPS. So appreciate that second to do that.
Thank you, Josh. Really appreciate it.
No more scan of the room here. No more hands. All right. Thank you, Greg.
Thank you.
You bet. Okay, it takes care of reports and takes us to a public comment, I believe. We have one.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. I have a couple of points I want to make on this topic. One, I thank the council for wanting to go into this. I think it's, it shows our members that you're interested in solving our problems. With respect to the right way to go at this, I actually think the best way might be something like a one-time in-season adjustment to catch attribution. And under this, you would have all catch would be counted against the ACL, the ACT, starting on July 1 when the fishery opens. The fishery just proceeds along. In December, you ask the agency to apply the habitat model. They apply the habitat model to the catch from July 1 to December 31, determine how much was southern subpopulation, and they subtract that from the catch that was previously attributed to the northern subpopulation in the fishery. Do a one-time adjustment. So if you have 1,000 tons to that day and they apply the habitat model, they find 700 were northern, then you just do an adjustment upward and you give 300 tons back to the fishery that they then can fish through the end of the year in addition to the remaining amount. You're applying the habitat model to the catches, so you know you're not making a mistake. You also are attributing all catch to an ACT and an ACL every day in the season. Whenever a landing comes in, you know that it's being applied to an ACT. You know it's being applied to an ACL. You're just doing a one-time adjustment to correct for the mistaken assumption that all catch is northern. So I think it's a clean way to get at this issue. It's something that should be acceptable because it applies the habitat model that you use for managing the fishery that everybody says is the best available science for defining a northern subpopulation. It does the same process that you do when you do the assessment. So to me, that's a clean way. It doesn't get into some of the enforcement issues that might come up. It doesn't get into some of the catch attribution issues that might come up where you say, what if our percentage isn't correct? It's clean and simple. That's the first part of my testimony. Second part of my testimony is NMFS is resistant to doing anything on this because they're concerned about process. If it's going to take us a year to do this, my feeling is we should just move on and get to managing the whole fishery. You don't have the staff right now to do 4 things at once. You have the staff to do one thing, and I think you should do that one thing and do it well. My own opinion is if you look at the best available science, you'll find that in the new papers that are out, and it was suggested a moment ago, that you'll see that there's a bunch of questions as to whether we even have 2 subpopulations. I think it would make this all a lot simpler if we took a look at that science and maybe concluded that we only have 1. And then we won't be arguing about whether we need to be a little more conservative on one side of the line or not, because these fish mingle. Well, they mingle because they're all one population, probably. And if you look at the new science, you'll see that. I know you'll hear testimony that we had a stock structure workshop a few years ago. 2 things I'll point out about that stock structure workshop. One is that it was not spent examining this question. It was spent updating a habitat model. The other part is that you've got a lot of new science since that stock structure workshop, and almost all of it points in the other direction. I think we should get on to asking staff to put together that information that allows you to move forward with an analysis to examine, to develop management for sardines coastwide. As much as I appreciate what you're doing here, if we can't get it by NMFS in a reasonable amount of time, let's just get on and solve the real problem. And that's what my fleet needs. We don't need 2 tons tomorrow. What we need is a fishery when you got the fish to have one. Thank you very much. And I appreciate all the effort that went into this over the last day. And I think we'll get to where we want to go. And I know that my fleet really, they appreciate, I keep telling them that you're trying to solve this problem. And I keep hearing that they don't believe you. So let's get on so I can give them something of substance and they believe me. Thanks.
All right. Thanks, Mark. Todd or Corey Niles.
How long have we known each other, Brad? But thank you, Mr. Chair. Mark, I guess, thank you for that. I wish I could disagree with you on the staff capacity, but I think it's a reality. This is, again, going back to November, we had the 2 alternate, or we had a council motions between 2 alternatives in the CDFW. I'm still feeling guilty about not supporting their alternative, but their worry at that time was about the live bait fishery and what happens when the biomass comes out low. And Brianna was warning us that biomass was going to come out low, and she was right. So I guess what I'm hearing from you, you're less worried about this season and getting caught. So that's what. It's a long way of saying I agree with you in the overall approach of taking up the bigger questions, but just what is that risk that we get caught this season?
Mr. Chair, I don't know that the risk is very high, but what I'm saying is that it's not that I'm not worried about that risk. It's that I don't think this is going to solve that problem. I think if you start down the path of trying to solve this, we'll be here next year talking about the same issue without the solution in place. Because it's going to be pushed to a lot more levels of analysis. There'll be a lot higher scrutiny of the habitat model that we have to do in terms of attribution of catch than we've done already. And, you know, I just feel like at the point where we're going to spend a couple of meetings talking about, is that really north? Have you really eliminated the potential that you're catching a north fish with this rule? And given that we're in a rebuilding plan right now, can we feel confident that you haven't attributed 3 tons of catch to the northern subpopulation, to the southern subpopulation that really might be northern? And I just don't want to have that argument. I don't want to have to testify about that. I don't know what the hell I would say. Excuse my language. But I just feel like that's the world we're putting ourselves in with this habitat model right now. And I feel like we're doing contortions. And if you look at the best available science on this topic right now, I think you'll find that we don't really need to worry about a habitat model, and we can stop talking about one. And I think that's a world my guys want to live in.
Thanks, Corey. Oh. Jared Kiefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if you were king of coastal pelagic species and could wave the wand for a single stock, presumably would that require a new stock assessment?
Absolutely, it would. The thing that I'm really afraid of with 2 stocks is you're going to require 2 stock assessments. And then within those, you're going to have all this vague uncertainty about where they overlap and how they overlap. And I would like to have a world that's where we just have one problem to deal with, which is how do we manage this one stock that we have? And it's both. I think the science supports it. It's not just that it makes it simpler, but I think when you look at the papers that have come out since that stock structure workshop that didn't really address that question, I think you will find that you're dealing with one stock. And I think the science is there that says this is one stock. Thank you.
Hey, Sherrick. Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mr. Fina. You gave an example in which this, I think you called it a one-time in-season adjustment. Thanks for sharing that idea with us. And in that example, I think I did some very quick, probably bad math, that there would be 300 metric tons of southern in that example for the first half of the season. But we don't manage that. And if we were to move forward with this, it sounds like we would be making some sort of action or amendment or regulation with a plan to catch and keep and process that fish, even though it's not in our FMP. So I'm wondering if you could explain that a little bit, your thinking around this about, like, given your concept, how that might actually work.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, that's a great question. And the reason why I think it's okay is because you're doing it now. At the end of the year, you apply the habitat model and you do an assessment that attributes catch to north and south, and you use that attribution when you do the next year's assessment. In terms of management of the fishery, we are catching southern subpopulation fish right now. The only thing you're doing is you're kind of waving a wand and saying, until the end of the season, that's called northern subpopulation fish. And what I'm saying is, at every point in the season, when you're managing a catch that's coming in and being delivered, you're considering it northern because you're applying it to the ACT and the ACL. What you're doing under what I'm suggesting is doing a one-time in-season adjustment to say, okay, we made a mistake. We had this catch come in that we called northern at the time it was caught, and we counted against the northern ACL and ACT. Now what we're going to do is do an adjustment and give 300 tons back because we know it wasn't northern. At the end of the day, you're catching southern subpopulation fish right now, and we're just turning a blind eye to it until the end of the year. This would say once a year, we're going to acknowledge that we're doing it wrong instead of waiting till the end of the year to acknowledge that we're doing it wrong. And it, to me, it really isn't very different. It's just fessing up once a year.
Corey?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mr. Fina. I appreciate that description. I understand it. I guess my concern around that right now is you use the word magic wand and we're sort of doing it wrong with I agree with, but we sort of pretend we don't. And you're saying, well, let's acknowledge that we are. And so I fear that brings potential legal issues into the fact that we are essentially openly acknowledging that we're doing things wrong. And this might be a better question for NIMS or for GC or someone who's thought more about this from the regulatory perspective. But if that's helpful, that's more sort of what I was getting at.
Yeah. I guess if it's okay, may I answer that one? I got at least 4 emails yesterday saying, why aren't we suing over this? I think it is a legal issue. And my guys think it's a legal issue. And the only reason we're not suing right now is because I send them an email back that says, people are listening now and they want to correct this. And if we sue, it'll add a year or two to the time to get it corrected. And if we don't sue, we might be able to get the agency and NIMS to move forward more quickly to resolve this problem. So let's go with the path of cooperation and getting people to work with us instead of that fight. So I feel like we have a chance to do this, and we should just move on and get it done right. And that's the change the management of the fishery idea.
Okay. Anyone else? Corey Niles. Oh.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just want to a little more on your thinking about your statement that fixing this now would take for a year. And I think for those of us, came up with a theory that the fewer species you have in the FMP, the more you overthink things. It's kind of because I think and I know you're an economist, so I'm guessing you're better at math than I am. But what's the problem of coming up with just a basic regression model forecast pre-season? What you expect? And why would that take a long time? And why couldn't we just, for example, do that, get it reviewed by the SSC in November and have that ready? So just a little more thinking why you think it would take for a long time.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Because I think the SSC would chew on that a lot. They would say, is it right? Is the habitat model applied here? What's the risk? And it would just spin into, I think the management team wouldn't take this on not just because they didn't have a lot of time, but because they really want it science-based. And they feel like the science needs to be there. And when you're trying to do this attribution, it's looking at, we spend so much time talking about how things are so different year to year. And I don't see the scientists walking away from that problem very quickly. And then what I really think is going to take time, in addition to that, is convincing NIMS that they've got the strong, solid basis that they have, that this is going to be bulletproof. And the conversations I've had is, given that we're in a rebuilding position right now, that it's got to be bulletproof. And you got to have the analysis. You've got to have gone through the review of the analysis. And I see that taking longer, even if we try to keep this simpler. I just don't see that happening.
Thanks, Corey. Rebecca Litt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Mr. Fina, for your comment. And I understand this has been going on for years, and it must be so frustrating. It seems like we've been doing this incorrectly. Still, it sounds like it would take quite a while to get the complete scientific and regulatory process in place. The mid-year adjustment's very appealing, but I think you're convincing us that maybe that's not good, that we should focus on the long run. And I want to thank you for focusing on the long run and the bigger picture. It's not always easy. And I just want to add that the potential beneficiaries of this, getting this sorted out, are quite a few participants. It's not just the bait fish folks, so we think about them because they're in the South, but also the recreational fishery. We can't forget how important this is. Just estimates for California as a whole, around $8 billion. Economic impact, 40,000 jobs. If you cut that in a fourth, it's still quite a bit. So we're focusing on the whole supply chain here. And I thank Mr. Everingham for his testimony yesterday. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rebecca. All right. Anybody else? All right, and we have one more public comment, I believe.
Thank you.
Yep, you bet. Thanks, Mark. Jeff Chester. Jeff, are you there? No, I see his name, but I don't see, there we go. Jeff.
Yes, they just unmuted me. Can you hear me okay?
We welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, members of the council. Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to provide some additional public comments on this item. I think as we have discussed, we have been consistently supportive of actually trying to differentiate catch, and have raised this issue for multiple years in the context of the advisory subpanel and in our public comments. I think the fundamental issue is that under the current best available science of two separate stocks, the concern is that if basically any part of that catch is excluded, that actually needs to be going against a separate ACL and ensuring that if there is catch of the southern stock, that catch is also being done sustainably. The Science Center has been providing acoustic trawl survey estimates for the southern stock for I think at least as far back as 2020, potentially even further. And at least in recent years, there does seem to be not a huge amount of that stock, although it is some additional stock above what's in the northern population. So ultimately, we think the best place to do this and address this is in G5. We would be very concerned with attempts to deal with it here in the near term. We actually think that the proposal that Mr. Fina has put up is worth discussing, as well as some other ideas for how to best do this. We really appreciate the creativity, and we agree with the need, but ultimately to do this without actually managing the southern subpopulation and just sort of leaving that unmanaged would be a really big mistake and provide some really potential some issues, I think, which is why you're seeing some of the resistance from NIMS in trying to be able to figure this out in the short term. So we really do believe that the southern stock does warrant being included in the fishery. It meets the criteria for being included in the FMP. And we would like to work together on that as part of the G5 item. I did want to respond to something in terms of the stock structure workshop. We're hearing that the industry does want to sort of have another meeting about that. The council and the Science Center convened a workshop in November of 2022. I was there and attended that. The science was brought forward, and there was a big debate and data brought forward on both sides. There was the one stock proponents and there are other proponents of a two stock hypothesis. So that was explicitly one of the goals of the meeting, was to reconsider whether it's one or two stocks. And then the idea was that would be the best available science, and then based on that, whether it's one or two stocks, the council would move forward with the best management appropriately for either conclusion. The SSC concluded that the two stock hypothesis was the best working hypothesis on which to base management, as there's strong evidence for two geographically distinct groups of fish that are persistent at the time scale of decades. That there was no genetic difference seen across those stocks because it's more of a decadal time period, but they did approve the updates to the habitat model to delineate accurately these two stocks, and that is currently the best available science. We are concerned that going back and having that debate all over again or trying to move to a single stock is really just going to cause a lot of delay, because it's not just a stock assessment, it's the entire management regime that would need to be addressed to look at all of the stock that's down in Mexico, redo the cutoff, all the minimum stock size thresholds. It would be a completely different kind of management. And so rather than getting into that process, we have a clear path forward of adding the southern stock to the FMP as it's currently defined, and using that same habitat model to apportion catch. So you can have an ACL for the southern population and an ACL for the northern population. And that is a clear pathway under the current science without further delay to get the live bait fishery and its catch of the southern stock not limited by the northern rebuilding plan. So just wanted to provide that and really looking forward to trying to figure this out in the right way through the correct process. And looking forward to the discussion under G5 on that. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Jeff. Questions for Jeff on this testimony? All right. Okay. Thanks, Jeff. Okay. That concludes public comment and brings us to council action. So open the floor for discussion. And Vice Chair Hassemer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not going to drag this on. I heard a lot of good and interesting things today or this morning so far. A couple of bullet points. One of them, Mr. Fina's mentioned that this in-season attribution of catch isn't the solution to the problem. Don't waste our time on that. That was a good direction forward. The other piece I'm going to pull up from yesterday when we went through this, there were a number of individuals who mentioned that we're all confident that they're not going to exceed the ACL. That we're talking about this, why should we do something? But and not to insult anybody, but I just can't accept that sort of faith-based management when the implications of exceeding it are so great across the West Coast that some type of contingency plan should be in place. And that contingency plan, we just heard from Mark Fina, really made a lot of sense to me, that maybe we're not going to get to the point where we need it. But what I would propose maybe to NIMS is, if we get to December or some point where they do approach the ACT, there could be a lightning strike, catch that occurs, that if they approach the ACT, then can they do what was proposed here, is run the model and make sure we, as best as possible, attribute the catch of northern subpopulation to the ACT, and avoid this situation where we could potentially shut down a lot of West Coast fisheries that could impact sardines. And then we get to April and they run all this and say, well, sorry, we didn't need to do that because the catch was only 300 metric tons or 1,000 metric tons of northern subpopulation. So in the contingency, in case you need it, we know what we could do. I have heard that it's doable, and we come in at that checkpoint, assuming December is the right time, and make sure we're not incorrectly shutting down the fishery. So I guess it's a question of the NIMS. Is that something that's possible without changing what we do, just this sort of mid-season check-in if it's needed and we see we're running into a problem?
All right. Thanks, Vice Chair Hassemer. More coffee. All right, anybody else? Josh?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Vice Chair Hassemer. I assume that was a direct question. I think where we stand now today, sitting here, I'm hesitant to say whether or not that is a possibility that is practical. I know some folks have said that it's doable. I've also heard folks, and we heard from the MT, that it's not doable. We have not had a chance to run through, both internally within the region and the Science Center, of a defined, practical way we would do that in season at this time. It is something we could be interested in doing and we could explore, but I think, I would underscore some of the concerns also raised by Mr. Fina of where and how we utilize resources at this point in time. I will also repeat, and I can appreciate the concern about exceeding the values you recommended yesterday, or coming close to them. Based on what we've been seeing the last 6 years, that seems unlikely at this point in time. That does not underscore, concerns from bait and the recreational industry. These were concerns that I think we had, hopefully, eyes wide open on last November when we were developing the proposed rebuilding plan that was recommended to the agency. I understand that perhaps, we did not have the time to have, run through all the ins and outs of that, given the sort of short timeline we had. So maybe I'll stop there. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Josh. All right. Corey Niles.
Thanks. What Josh just did in his head is exactly what we should be doing about the likelihood of reaching the ACO. Is the same thing we do about the likelihood of it not being 100% northern substock. But I think Pete, the way you described it is exactly how I've been thinking about it in terms of what's the contingency plan needed until we can take up the longer term fix. And so I think I've heard of a couple ideas, but we should, since we're talking about it now, go a little bit longer. But I think it's under the next agenda item. I'm prioritizing workload. What is the value of the contingency plan versus the other trade-offs there. But I think there's Brianna hinted at an idea of maybe there's months where you're 100% sure that it's southern substock. There's simple ways to have this contingency plan in place. I think we can talk about it under the next agenda item of whether we coming up with that plan is worth the workload cost Josh just reminded us of. But I haven't heard one person say that it makes it that 100% that agrees with the implied assumption that all of the landings are the northern substock, and that we should do this. So I'm pretty frustrated in a not very frustrated way, but no one agrees with that statement, and yet we don't want to fix it. But again, I think that the discussion it would best happen with when we consider all the other needs in the next agenda item.
Okay, Corey. Vice Chair Hassemer.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to respond to Mr. Lindsay's comments there. I understand the workload, but I really hope that NIMS can think about this and consider it. And as I said, we don't expect them to exceed it, but the table we got this morning from the management team, I'm just going to read through real quick. Since the management year that started in 2015, the total U.S. landings, 1,900, 1885, 1775, 2278, 2062, 2276, 1700, 1600. They're all getting up there. 30% of them in the last 10 years exceeded the 2,000 metric ton ACT that we set. So I think there's a reason to be concerned and have this plan in place. And, I think I heard from the management team that it's something doable. Ask the question, what's the data stream, the satellite imagery? It's going to be done anyway in April or sometime prior to that because we have it at the April meeting. So again, this is protecting a lot of West Coast fisheries that could intercept somehow sardines from closure when after the fact we're going to find out it wasn't necessary. So it's not doing anything different. It's just taking a mid-season check-in to make sure we're not incorrectly impacting a lot of other fisheries. And so I hope NIMS can really look hard at that and think about the possibility of doing that while we address the bigger issues, the longer-term solutions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Anyone else? See any hands? Okay. Katrina?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Given that the council completed the task yesterday, as well as had a discussion on the additional work that was completed by the management team and the additional comments that were provided today, I think your business on this item is complete.
All right, thank you. Thank you. And then with that, we'll just go straight to G5, but we'll probably find a break here in about 40 minutes. And then but we'll proceed with G5 until we get there. So we'll find a good spot. So Katrina, when you're ready on G5.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Agenda item G5 is CPS Science and Management Priorities. I will be providing a presentation as an overview for this agenda item. You will also see supplemental reports from the advisory bodies and the SSC under the agenda item, as well as attachment 1, which is the staff white paper that will be covered in the overview.
Any questions for Katrina? Okay, you're good.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In this presentation, I will outline the topics in the discussion paper provided under agenda item G5, CPS Science and Management Priorities, attachment 1. Multiple screens, sorry. So first, I will provide some history as to how we got to this agenda item here. Then I will provide a review of the list of topics that the council may wish to adopt, revise, and prioritize. Over the past several years, the CPSAS, the CPSMT, the SSC, the council, and council staff have all identified various science and management topics relevant to the CPS fishery. With a diverse range of topics brought up by stakeholders over the years, it became necessary for the council to consider which topics are true priorities for management of the CPS fishery. Topics that will be reviewed today have been brought up at various times over roughly the past decade, but there has never been a dedicated agenda item to prioritize or provide guidance on these topics as a whole. By doing so, the council may prioritize, select topics, and develop a process to do this routinely, able to tackle multiple CPS fishery priorities step by step through annual touchpoints. This agenda item has gone through several names and iterations, but first came on the council's radar in April 2023 when the council discussed scheduling a workshop to explore alternative methods for calculating EMSY, a component of the formula for Pacific Sardines annual harvest control rules, or HCRs. In September 2023, the council also tasked staff with the addition of an agenda item to discuss CPS science needs and sardine stock structure, and subsequently a science needs and stock structure agenda item was added to that year's Year at a Glance agenda. Over time, this agenda item has changed names and was rescheduled multiple times to accommodate other priorities. In November of 2024, based on direction from the council, the CPSAS and the CPSMT provided recommendations to the council on the proposed scope of an agenda item, which was then titled Science Needs and Priorities. Reports on these recommendations are available under agenda item C6, Workload Planning, from November 2024. At the time, both advisory bodies highlighted the management of Pacific Sardine and particularly the stock structure of Pacific Sardine as the highest priority topic. The advisory bodies also identified the evaluation of EMSY and the distribution terms in the Pacific Sardine harvest control rules as long-standing science and management priorities. During their November 2024 discussion, the council requested the April 2025 agenda item to cover these recommended top priorities, as well as cover a state of the science of various CPS management topics that have been brought up over the years to determine whether they are still relevant today. That brings us to April 2024, where staff have developed a white paper, attachment 1 under this agenda item, detailing the science and management topics that have been brought up over the years and providing context to help the council prioritize topics for the CPS fishery going forward. Therefore, the Council's task and the overall purpose of today's agenda item is to 1, review, revise, and adopt the list of the science and management topics for the CPS fishery. 2, recommend near-term priorities for scheduling, which can be later scheduled under agenda item H3, workload planning, and provide guidance on their sequence under this agenda item to inform that scheduling. And 3, review the proposed science and management priorities process, including considerations for proposed changes to the Council operating procedures or COPs, providing guidance as appropriate on this process. I'll stop there and see if there are any questions about the Council task today.
All right. Questions for Katrina? I think you're good.
Identification of near-term priorities will rely on considering the sequence with which priorities should be addressed. Sequence is twofold. First, out of multiple priorities, what are the top priorities that should be addressed in the near term? And second, which topics are at the foundational level of management and, if acted upon, will impact all other aspects of management within the fishery. You can think of fishery management like building blocks. The most foundational blocks will underlie any additional complexity that is added. At the foundation or base level of management are the definitions of stocks to be included in each fishery management plan and the basic guidelines to set harvest control rules for these stocks. As more science and data becomes available for any particular stock, management measures and complex parameters can then be added. At the highest level of complexity, you could consider is ensuring management is adaptive and considers system-wide impacts. For each topic on this list, the Council should consider sequencing decisions based on both the priority level of the topic as well as where this topic sits in a pyramid of complexity. The science and management topics at hand are detailed in Section 2 of Attachment 1 under Agenda Item G5. This is the list the Council should consider adopting, revising, and prioritizing. The science and management topics in this list include Pacific sardine stock structure, the use of EMSY in Pacific sardine harvest control rules, or HCRs, the distribution term, particularly in the Pacific sardine harvest control rules, and the northern subpopulation of northern anchovy, or NSNA, harvest control rules, stock assessment frequency, particularly for Pacific mackerel and NSNA, and managing annual opportunity, particularly in terms of setting an ACL for the central subpopulation of northern anchovy, or CSNA, and setting incidental landing limits in CPS fisheries. First topic, which we've already gotten into a little bit under previous agenda items, is Pacific sardine stock structure. The CPS FMP currently describes 3 subpopulations of Pacific sardine. The northern subpopulation ranges from southeast Alaska to the northern portion of the Baja Peninsula. The southern subpopulation ranges from the Baja Peninsula to Southern California. And there is also a Gulf of California subpopulation of Pacific sardine, though this is not believed to be present in U.S. waters. The figure here on the screen, which is produced from the 2022 Stock Structure Workshop, shows that the northern subpopulation range in dark blue and the southern subpopulation range in purple over various seasons. In recent years, Japanese sardine have also been identified in U.S. waters through the use of genetic sampling and surveys. However, currently, Japanese sardine are not differentiated from either these defined northern or southern subpopulations in stock assessment or management and are not shown in this figure here. The topic of sardine stock structure is important to the goal of determining the proper unit of management for all sardine stocks in U.S. waters. While only the northern subpopulation is currently defined for management in the CPS FMP, from most recent science, the southern subpopulation as it is currently defined and Japanese sardine are also present to some extent in U.S. waters. U.S. fisheries typically harvest both the northern and southern subpopulations, though in-season catch accounting counts all landings towards the annual catch limit for the northern subpopulation, as has been discussed under previous agenda items. Proportions of landings, as well as biomass estimates attributed to the northern and northern and southern subpopulations are reported in the annual Pacific sardine stock assessments after the fishing season has ended by use of a habitat model by Zielinski and Diemer. Based on the updated habitat model, which is applied to data in recent stock assessments, a large portion of catch in U.S. waters, all of which is attributed to the northern subpopulation in season, is later attributed to the southern subpopulation, particularly in recent years. In the graphs you see here, you see the total landings of Pacific sardine in blue, and the proportion of these landings attributed to northern subpopulation at the end of the season in orange. You'll note that you're seeing two very different scales from two different time series. On the left is before the closure of the directed fishery in 2015, and on the right is after the closure of the directed fishery in 2015. So obviously, before the directed fishery is closed, we are seeing a lot higher landings, and it's at a very much higher scale and includes a directed fishery. After 2015, there is no directed fishery, much lower landings, and much of the landings are concentrated in the live bait fishery. So the comparison of these graphs is not necessarily apples to apples, but should be considered separately and doesn't necessarily indicate any particular regime shifts, but represents trends before and after the closure of the fishery, directed fishery. In 2022, the Southwest Fisheries Science Center hosted a stock structure workshop. The organization of this workshop followed comments by the SSC in their statement under the 2021 Update Assessment for Pacific Sardine. The SSC statement noted how the Mexico catch attributed to the northern subpopulation at the time was on the same order as what was stated as the entire northern subpopulation size in the 2020 benchmark assessment. So these two numbers were simply not lining up. From these findings, the SSC recommended reconsideration of how landings and surveyed fish are attributed to the northern and southern subpopulations. Ultimately, after this workshop concluded, the workshop report described that the operative definition for both the northern and southern subpopulation, which supported the hypothesis that there are two subpopulations, was put out in that report. It was also widely discussed, however, at the workshop that there exist alternative hypotheses, primarily one that defines a single stock coastwide, ranging from British Columbia to Baja California, with no differentiation between northern and southern subpopulations at all. The workshop also reported various preliminary findings of ongoing research on population structure, reevaluating the evidence in historical studies supporting the existence of multiple subpopulations and the use of length of age data as a criteria for separating subpopulations. Preliminary findings from genetic research were also provided at the time. And it was discussed that during the 2014 to 2016 heat wave, presence of northern habitat and the associated temperature for that habitat were largely absent off of Southern California, where the live bait fishery is active. Since the 2022 workshop, ongoing work has continued on this topic. In 2023, Diemer and Zielinski produced an updated habitat model to attribute the subpopulations and revise the classification of landings. This updated habitat model was incorporated into the 2024 benchmark assessment, reporting the updated proportions of the northern subpopulation. Publications from the Southwest Fisheries Science Center, building on the workshop's findings, have been released in the past year as well. You heard an update from Dr. Annie Yao on many of these findings under Agenda Item G1, the NIMS report. In February 2025, this year, scientists at the Southwest Fisheries Science Center published a NOAA Tech memo, which detailed an extensive literature review revisiting the population structure question. The review, covering a century of scientific literature on spawning areas, migration, and growth patterns and genetics as just some criteria, concluded that there is little, if any, evidence supporting a hypothesis of multiple subpopulations of Pacific sardine throughout their North American range. The authors also found no evidence against the idea of a single coastwide population of the species. Scientists at the Southwest Center continue to work to explore information that supports both the current to subpopulation hypothesis as well as alternative hypothesis. But ultimately, stock definitions within the fishery management plan are policy decisions that can be made based off of the best scientific information available. I will also note that the emergence of Japanese sardine off U.S. waters is another topic of research that could potentially influence management of sardines present in the U.S. EEZ. As was provided in the G1 NIPS report, the 2024 CPS survey detected Japanese sardine across the survey area, and among 613 sardine samples, about 18% were determined to be Japanese sardine in this year's survey. In terms of how to consider prioritization, there have been routine requests by industry members and stakeholders to prioritize this topic, some of which you have heard already today. Prior public comments, advisory body and workshop reports, and research papers have recommended Pacific sardine stock definitions as a high priority topic and potential first step for managing the CPS fishery in improved ways. In November of 2024, the CPSAS and CPSMT recommended that stock structure of Pacific sardine be considered the primary CPS management priority and requested relevant steps be taken for coastwide management of Pacific sardine in U.S. waters. In terms of sequence, defining stocks is a foundational building block of fisheries management. All other topics, from assessing stock status to appropriate management of a population, depend on how these stocks are defined in the FMP. A change in the definition of the stocks in the CPS FMP may necessitate several additional coordinated actions. For instance, stock status could potentially be updated, assessment needs and cycles could be redefined, and appropriate harvest and control rules and management measures may need to be changed. It would also require amendments to the CPS FMP to take this action. Near-term work on this topic could also impact the 2027 benchmark assessment for Pacific sardine, which is currently scheduled and planned for the northern subpopulation only. Any changes would require appropriate planning to incorporate into multi-year assessment planning processes for CPS assessments. If this topic is prioritized, the first steps would include a review of updating scientific information on stock structure, potentially defining a range of alternatives for stock structure definitions, and considering potential implications and coordination actions that might be needed for each alternative. And before moving on to the next two topics, which both involve inputs to harvest control rules, or HCRs, I wanted to just throw up a quick refresher on the harvest control rules for Pacific sardine and the parameters that are included in them. As has already been done under agenda item G3 at this item, harvest control rules for Pacific sardine are calculated annually based off an estimate of this year's biomass and based off of these parameters. So moving on to the second topic, it is the use of EMSY in Pacific sardine harvest control rules. EMSY is a key component of the harvest control rules, as you see in the box at the bottom of the screen, particularly in terms of calculating the overfishing limit and the acceptable biological catch. Currently, the EMSY term for Pacific sardine is based off of an environmental relationship to productivity of the stock derived from the Cal Coffee Index, a temperature-based relationship between the Cal Coffee Survey's sea surface temperature and sardine population dynamics. The current EMSY formula, based off of this Cal Coffee relationship, has been in use since 2014, though other relationships have been used before that. Ultimately, an environmentally informed input to the harvest control rule formula is intended to reflect changes in the stock in response to environmental variation that occurs over time. A review of the environmental relationships used in harvest control rules for Pacific sardine is not unprecedented. In 2013, a workshop on Pacific sardine harvest parameters was held, which considered recommendations for a new predictive relationship between recruitment success and environmental variables, following a review of the relationship that was being used at the time, which was between the sea surface temperature at the Scripps Institute of Oceanography Pier and sardine recruitment strength. From this workshop, the panel of experts made a recommendation, further endorsed by the SSC and the Council at the time, to use the Cal Coffee Temperature Index, as well as a revised EMSY formula for use in harvest control rules in Pacific Sardine. In 2014, the Council took action to adopt the use of this new temperature index, and the use of the Cal Coffee sea surface temperature data for specifying an EMSY has been used since. However, specific use of the Cal Coffee-based EMSY or any environmentally based EMSY formula is not technically required per the FMP. This value or formula can be updated based off of new information. In February 2025, NMFS produced a reevaluation of the relationship between the sea surface temperature produced from the Cal Coffee survey and Pacific Sardine recruitment dynamics. This is available under Agenda Item G3 as Attachment 2. The results of this reevaluation were compared with the results of the 2013 Harvest Parameters Workshop. This analysis was presented for review by the CPS Subcommittee of the SSC at their February 2025 meeting. Overall, the results demonstrate that there is still a valid statistical relationship between the Cal Coffee sea surface temperature and sardine productivity, though the predictive power of this relationship does not appear to be as strong as in the 2013 analysis. Results of the evaluation in the context of EMSY were also presented to the SSC and are now being presented to you, or I guess were presented to you under Agenda Item G3 during the Pacific Sardine harvest specifications process. The SSC did utilize the Cal Coffee-based EMSY and their calculation of an OFL, and this OFL was adopted by you as the Council under Agenda Item G3. In terms of prioritization, the CPSMT has recommended EMSY and Pacific Sardine management as a long-standing priority topic, specifically in November 2024. The SSC has also spoken to ways in which the current EMSY could be evaluated and ways in which a new value could be derived or evaluated if ever deemed necessary. Prioritization of this topic, again, can consider materials presented here, as well as those presented under Agenda Item G3, which is the Cal Coffee analysis and the SSC report. Relative to other items on this list, use of EMSY and Pacific Sardine harvest control rules is sequentially tied to the Pacific Sardine stock structure topic. If stock definitions for Pacific Sardine are changed, the harvest control rule for whichever new operational stocks or stock is chosen, including inputs to the harvest control rules and formulas, and potentially EMSY might need to be changed. So following the NMFS review of the correlation between the Cal Coffee sea surface temperature and sardine recruitment dynamics completed this year, the Council could consider whether a further evaluation of Cal Coffee and the Cal Coffee derived EMSY formula is necessary. At their February meeting, the CPS subcommittee of the SSC recommended a management strategy evaluation, or MSE, to compare the expected performance of static values and other temperature-dependent EMSY formulas with the current formula, potentially deriving a new value if deemed necessary. The SSC as a whole, in their statement under Agenda Item G3, noted that the review of the Cal Coffee relationship provides a first of multiple steps towards potentially updating EMSY for Pacific Sardine, but does not compel a change at this time. A methodology review to derive a new EMSY could also be proposed. These processes are further detailed in Section 2 of Attachment 1. The next topic is the distribution term used as a parameter in CPS harvest control rules. Generally, the distribution term, which is in fact defined in all caps in the FMP, if you see it like that, is used to estimate the percentage of the population of a particular stock in U.S. waters. Default values for each CPS stock were derived and defined during the implementation of Amendment 8 to the CPS FMP. These are default values in that other approaches, such as high cutoff values or other approaches, may be used to adjust U.S. harvest levels to account for the U.S. distribution of the stock, and these values are not necessarily required to be used. However, realistically, since the implementation of Amendment 8, these values in their application are all that have been used. Even at the time of implementing these values, it was noted that actual proportions of CPS stocks in U.S. waters will vary over seasons and time, impacted by a number of variables, and these values are by no means precise or expected to be so. The distribution term for the northern subpopulation of Pacific sardine has been most discussed due to potential changes that may have occurred in distribution due to changes in ocean conditions over time. Debates over population structure and the importance of the sardine fishery to the CPS assemblage have also made this a stock of interest for this term. In 2015, a workshop was held to reevaluate the distribution term for the northern subpopulation and examined 5 alternatives to the current value. Ultimately, while conclusions were made from the workshop regarding tweaks that could be made to improve the distribution term and data that informs this parameter, the SSC and the Council recommended maintaining the 87% value for the northern subpopulation. No alternatives that were presented produced a better estimate, and sufficient analyses had not yet been conducted to evaluate the potential changes, how the potential changes to the term would impact the harvest control rules as a whole. The workshop did also conclude that the distribution term could be removed from the harvest control rule entirely in favor of another approach, though this was not recommended as a course of action at the time. Most recently, in April 2024, the SSC further commented during the setting of the 2024 to 2025 Pacific sardine harvest specs that the catch of sardine attributed to the northern subpopulation in Mexican waters appears to have declined over time, suggesting that the static distribution term used to apportion the OFL for the northern subpopulation should be reconsidered. Overall, the SSC and the CPSMT have recommended the distribution term as a long-term priority. However, even at the time of the workshop in 2015, which is now 10 years ago, it was noted that the term relies on the definition of the northern subpopulation in the fishery management plan. So if stock definitions change, the harvest control rules may need to change, and their parameters, including any terms like distribution, may need to change as well. There are several potential paths forward for this topic. First, new values could be derived to amend the default values that are currently defined in the CPS FMP. Or an entirely new approach could be developed that allows for more dynamic changes to the parameter as the actual portion of the stock in U.S. waters changes over time, whether this is a periodic review of values or other approach. The northern subpopulation of northern anchovy, or NSNA, is another stock that may be relevant to the distribution parameter topic. Currently, there is no distribution value set for the northern subpopulation of northern anchovy. This is because the MSY for NSNA is based on a fixed value of 0.3 rather than a harvest control rule formula like other CPS stocks. Therefore, a specified value has not been developed as it has not been needed as an input for this stock. However, it is acknowledged that a portion of the stock is distributed off of British Columbia, Canada, and if a more complex harvest control rule is ever developed for this stock in the future, a distribution term could be an approach that is applied to this formula. Currently, the northern subpopulation of northern anchovy is not a highly targeted stock, though, with only 65 metric tons of landings in 2024. Therefore, it might not be a priority or a necessity for the management of the stock to apply a distribution term or change the harvest control rule at this time. This topic may be of interest if future conditions ever change and conservation and management requires accounting for the portion of the stock in the US EEZ. The next topic is stock assessment frequency. The assessment schedule for CPS stocks is detailed in Council Operating Procedure, or COP9. In this list, we are focused on the assessment frequency of Pacific mackerel, which has a benchmark assessment every 4 years and a update assessment every 2 years, and the northern subpopulation, a catch-only update every 2 years. and then the northern subpopulation of northern anchovy, which has not been formally assessed. Neither of these stocks is highly targeted in the CPS fishery. However, for these two stocks, the topics at hand under stock assessment frequency are somewhat opposite. For Pacific mackerel, it has been suggested that by stakeholders that a reduction in assessment frequency could free up capacity to work on higher priority stocks. This could be done by potentially setting a different framework than the current biennial assessment approach specified in COP9, potentially using triggers or other methods to determine when assessments should occur rather than the routine schedule that we have now. For the northern subpopulation of northern anchovy, which has never been formally assessed and has a fixed MSY that does not require the input of a regular assessment, stakeholders have recommended that the Council consider generating an assessment sometime in the future. As these topics are somewhat opposite to each other, so are their workloads, though both would require revisions to COP9 for stock assessment frequency. A reduction of frequency in assessing Pacific mackerel after a framework is created potentially to schedule assessment triggers would result in an overall reduced workload, which could free up capacity to work on other topics. On the other hand, developing an assessment for the northern subpopulation of northern anchovy would be resource intensive for stock assessment scientists and other people who work on assessments, and potentially add additional workload to the CPS survey and other arms of the science branch. As stock assessments are prioritized for CPS on a biennial basis, prioritization of any new stock assessment would likely divert capacity from the status quo assessments that we currently rely on. Again, neither Pacific mackerel nor the northern subpopulation of northern anchovy are highly targeted stocks. While the CPSMT noted development of a northern subpopulation northern anchovy assessment as a potential long-term goal in their statement in November 2024, they explicitly stated that this was not a near-term priority. If an assessment and any changes to the harvest control rules are eventually prioritized, these changes could run concurrently if both are needed. Considering the frequency of Pacific mackerel assessments, the CPSAS recommended a decrease in frequency in November 2024, highlighting that they wish to see capacity prioritized to other, more highly targeted stocks and workloads. This topic has also been discussed at this April meeting in the context of Agenda Item G4, Pacific mackerel specifications and management measures. And we're on to the last topic. The last topic is managing annual opportunity, which has two subtopics within it. The first subtopic is a mechanism for revising the annual catch limit, or ACL, for the central subpopulation of northern anchovy, or CSNA. A flowchart in Council Operating Procedure 9 dictates the frequency and triggers by which changes to the harvest control rules may be initiated for CSNA. However, the result focuses on the ABC and does not provide a specific opportunity to revise the ACL. In 2020, while the OFL and the ABC were both revised as the stock biomass grew, the ACL remained static at the time. Though landings have remained low in recent years, if there is ever a desire to provide more opportunity to this fishery in the future, it might be necessary to provide a mechanism to revise the ACL and align more with any additional demand. Therefore, there are no current concerns of restriction on the CSNA fishery, but Council staff have identified this topic as one that may be of interest in the future if any demand develops. A mechanism to revise the ACL would require a change to the COPs, while any revision to the ACL itself would require a regulatory amendment. And the second subtopic under managing annual opportunity is incidental landing limits, particularly in terms of Pacific sardine. The CPS FMP provides guardrails for the Council to recommend incidental landing limits for CPS species depending on stock status. These limits, shown in the table to the right here, minimize fishing mortality on overfished stocks, and minimize discards of overfished stocks, while allowing catches that are difficult to avoid during normal fishing of other species. Both the CPSMT and AS have noted previously that an increase in incidental landing limits when the stock is not overfished would provide more flexibility for other CPS fisheries that incidentally catch sardine. Public comments by industry members have expressed similar sentiments over the years. This topic has been previously evaluated by the CPSMT, but with the stock biomass consistently under 50,000 metric tons in recent years, the CPSMT has not, in recent years, recommended an increase in the incidental catch limit range set in the FMP. Therefore, this topic, while a frequent concern of industry members, may not be relevant until the Pacific sardine stock rebuilds. This topic, like others, is also tied to stock definitions. If stock definitions for Pacific sardine change, management measures may also need to change, including incidental landing limits. If this topic is taken up, the Council may consider a review of the current limits in the FMP, which would require additional analysis and an FMP amendment if any changes were to be made. I will pause for any quick questions of clarification on this list, but have a few more things to get through, so further discussion might be best suited for after the presentation.
Thanks, Katrina. Okay, any questions for Katrina at this point? I think you're doing good. Thank you.
I would like to note that there are several concurrent council processes that may overlap somewhat with this item. The first is agenda item C4 at this April 2025 meeting, the Adaptive Management Work Plan, which is working on planning initiatives to improve flexibility and adaptability of council actions to changing conditions in the environment. Outputs of this work may eventually be applied to some of these CPS topics. For instance, the EMSY and distribution topics might tie nicely into this adaptive framework. Outputs could eventually be coordinated with the CPS science and management priorities as both develop as parallel processes, and you'll hear more on that agenda item later today. The second is the research and data needs process, which was addressed at this council meeting under agenda item C2. This process tracks research priorities that ultimately support management actions, but truly focuses on pure scientific gaps, while this science and management agenda item should focus more on the management process itself, applying current science to improve the management process. However, I could see down the line if new science is derived from research projects that are currently listed in the research and data needs list, this new science could ultimately impact the management priorities in this list here. So they might somewhat run into each other as they both progress. And lastly, an important part of your task today is to consider adopting a process for reviewing the CPS science and management priorities on a regular basis. The process that staff have proposed is detailed in Section 3 of Attachment 1. The Council provides recommendations on stock assessment priorities already in November of even years. This same schedule could be followed to revisit a list of science and management topics and priorities for the CPS fishery. Every November of even years, the Council could amend the list as needed and adjust priorities. This process could be incorporated into the Council operating procedures, COPs, if deemed appropriate. Are there any questions on this process?
Questions? All right, you're good.
So to wrap it all up, your task today is to 1, review, revise, and adopt the list of science and management topics. 2, recommend near-term priorities and provide guidance on their sequence. And 3, review the proposed science and management priorities process, including considerations for proposed changes to Council operating procedures, providing guidance as appropriate. Thank you.
Okay. Questions on the presentation before we break? Brianna Brady.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Not necessarily a question, but I just wanted to thank Katrina for a great job well done
and digging into all these topics and really laying out all the information that's there. So I appreciate the knowledge that's been built around the table by all the work that you've done. Thank you. And then also to say thanks for slide 10, which highlights all the science that's been done on the subpopulation issue to show what has occurred since that November 2022 workshop that was noted in public comment under G3 earlier today. Thanks, Katrina.
Let's break right now and come back for more questions if there are any. So let's take back here to 9:40. Okay. We'll get started here when everybody gets seated here. So, okay. Okay. All right, everybody, we're back on G5. Open the floor for discussion. Actually, open any more questions for Katrina. That's where we're at. The presentation, Mark Grobek.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger, and thanks, Katrina, for the presentation. I have a question that probably mostly reveals my ignorance on the topic, but on slide 7, you refer to 3 stocks under current definition, but our FMP only defines 1 stock. So where are these 3 stocks specifically defined?
Thank you for the question. The only stock that is defined in the CPS FMP, as you mentioned, is the northern subpopulation. The other stocks are defined throughout the literature and the studies that rely on the two-stock hypothesis for the Pacific coast, as well as in Mexico's management, I believe, for they fish on the southern subpopulation and that Gulf California population.
Thank you, Mark. Anyone else? Questions for Katrina? All right, I'm not seeing any. So thank you, Katrina. Great presentation, by the way. So, okay. Let's begin. With that, go to, I'll get it together here. We'll go to Josh Lindsay, the NIPS report. Josh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we submitted a brief statement on this topic. I will summarize it, perhaps not read it verbatim. Generally, you'll see there that we are supportive based on a lot of the discussion we heard today, but discussion we've been hearing over the years of moving forward with some sort of agenda item, looking at our current definition of the management unit of Pacific Sardine, the sort of, as Mr. Gorelnik was alluding to, the 3 sort of operational definitions are actually sort of described in the FMP, but we know we only manage the northern stock. We see that of the list, of the thorough and appreciative list put together by council staff as the highest priority at the moment. There is also ongoing interest from the agency of continuing to look at our stock assessment schedule and process. I think you've heard that from Dr. Yao over the years as well. And then in terms of the other topics, we're not seeing an immediate management need on those to rise to the top of the list. So, if and when, after further discussion, there's an identified management conservation need on some of those other things, we'd see those as, following any sort of workload and discussion on the stock structure and sort of reviewing our assessment process. And happy to answer any questions on what we put in.
Okay. Questions for Josh on the NIPS report? Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Josh. Maybe this is better for council discussion, but on your stock assessment review, I don't see, I'm thinking back to the NIPS report from the agenda item NIPS report in Dr. Yao's PowerPoint presentation. Seemed like there was a lot of work that's been done on the EMSY already. We talked about the other environmental variables that were being looked at. It sounded like that was in preparation for the next stock assessment. We heard this idea about maybe saving workload by changing from how we do doing mackerel more like the anchovy framework rather than the updates. So do those topics fit under the stock assessment review sentence here, or would those be outside of that? Would be is my basic question.
Josh?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Niles. I'm going to attempt to answer what I think is the question. We have presented, I think, regional and science center priorities over the years. We did not attempt to sort of mesh those with this list. We sort of focused in on the list that was put forward of that list. What would be the priorities? I think there are a variety of priorities that we see that Dr. Yao has presented in the past of maintaining our capacity to do our existing workload, some of our aging practices, making sure we have surveys. I'm going to miss something, so I'm probably going to stop there, and so that Dr. Yao's not blowing up my GChat of things I'm forgetting. So yes, I think we'd welcome further discussion on how what we've presented previously fits into this list. But yeah, I think there are other things we plan to actively continue on. The EMSY topic as was presented. That's been work ongoing and plan to finish, as well as some of the other ongoing work that was presented yesterday by Dr. Yao. If that didn't sort of answer your question, Corey, happy to follow up.
Corey?
Thanks, Josh. I think I'll just hold off for council discussion, but yeah, appreciate that.
Okay. All right. Further questions for Josh? All right. Thanks, Josh. All right. Next up will be SSC report and Dr. Will Satterthwaite. Will.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Great. Thank you. Yeah, so I will be reading Supplemental SSC Report 1 on Agenda Item G5. The SSC discussed the science and management priorities needed to support management of U.S. West Coast coastal pelagic species fisheries. The SSC received a presentation from Katrina Burnhouse of Council staff on a white paper in Attachment 1 that provides a list of science and management topics for CPS fisheries that the Council can reference in establishing workload priorities. The SSC generally agrees with the topics identified in the white paper and offers the following comments and recommendations on high priority items and implementation considerations. First, stock structure for Pacific sardine. The reevaluation of the stock structure is the highest priority for Pacific sardine. Recent studies document limited evidence of genetic differentiation between the putative northern and southern subpopulations, raising questions about the current management unit. Clarifying the definition of the stock, for example, biological versus management, is critical to aligning scientific understanding with regulatory objectives under the CPS Fishery Management Plan. The SSC emphasizes the need to prioritize stock definitions to enable further work on EMSY and the distribution term in the Sardine Harvest Control Rule, as all three components are interdependent. Any change in the stock definition would necessitate revisions to the EMSY formulation and assessment frameworks. As such, the SSC recommends approaching these issues as the package. An increasing proportion of the U.S. sardine catch, particularly in Southern California waters, has been assigned to the southern subpopulation based on habitat models. However, the southern subpopulation is not currently included in the CPS FMP. As a result, catches of the southern subpopulation are counted against the allowable catch for the northern subpopulation, but the biomass of the southern subpopulation is not included in the northern subpopulation assessment. Calculating a harvest limit based on an assumed stock unit, but applying it to a different stock unit, is scientifically inconsistent and incompatible with risk neutrality. If the current stock definitions are retained, the Council should consider identifying management approaches for the southern subpopulation, given its inferred increased presence in U.S. waters. While stock structure is a critical issue for Pacific sardine, the SSC notes that similar, by which we mean stock definition, concerns are not currently as pressing for other CPS, and so other issues should be key priorities for those species. Then in terms of use of EMSY and harvest control rules, re-examining the exploitation rate corresponding to maximum sustainable yield for Pacific sardine based on an updated analysis of the relationship between environmental conditions and recruitment is a high priority. This should be done in coordination with the stock structure and distribution term reevaluation. Current and alternative EMSY formulations, including environment dependent and fixed values, can be evaluated using a management strategy evaluation with an operating model that incorporates an updated, statistically informed relationship between environmental conditions and recruitment. Next, distribution term and CPS harvest control rules. In coordination with the reevaluation of stock structure and EAMSY, a framework-based approach should be developed for estimating the distribution term rather than relying on fixed values. The distribution term is used in the harvest control rules to scale the OFL and ABC to the proportion of the stock estimated to be within U.S. waters. Frameworking allows flexibility to incorporate new information as it becomes available and could better reflect dynamic shifts in species distributions due to environmental variability. This recommendation applies to Pacific sardine and other CPS such as anchovy. And then in terms of managing annual opportunity, the SSC suggests 2 additional topics under managing annual opportunity. First, more responsive harvest control rules. A more responsive and data-informed approach for setting OFLs in the years between stock assessments should be developed. The SSC has concerns about the use of catch-only projections to set OFLs for short-lived species with highly variable recruitment and biomass dynamics. Catch-only projections for species like Pacific sardine and Pacific mackerel rely much more on model-inferred than data-based values for recruitment compared to groundfish or other long-lived species. For example, the July 2025 and July 2026 biomass estimates from the recent Pacific mackerel catch-only update are 94% and 98% informed by the stock recruitment relationships, respectively. Alternative approaches could include the use of harvest control rules that rely on survey data that better capture current conditions. The approach developed for the central subpopulation of northern anchovy is an example of the integration of periodic assessments and survey data for updating the OFL and ABC. Then review of OFLs for other CPS. The SSC recommends that it formally reviews OFLs for all CPS on a regular, but not necessarily annual basis. And then general comments on prioritization process. The SSC supports the proposed recurring process for reviewing CPS science and management priorities in November during even years, consistent with the stock assessment prioritization cycle. This would provide a structured approach for the council and advisory bodies to revisit CPS science and management priorities and adjust work plans in response to new information. Although these topics are technical in nature, decisions about changes to harvest control rules and stock structure, for example, will require broader input beyond the SSC. The SSC should continue to review any scientific inputs that support council decision-making on these issues. That concludes the SSC statement, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
All right, thanks, Will. Questions for Dr. Satterthwaite on the SSC report? Ray Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Will, and thank you for the excellent statement and the clear recommendations. As Brianna said earlier, I think a lot of thought went into this by council staff and SSC, and this came together much better than even I was hoping for. But with those big picture comments in mind, I kind of have a small question for you, Will. I don't know if you were listening to the last agenda item, but there's a worry about what you highlight here in this mismatch between our catch accounting against the ACL and the subpopulations. And I think people are saying we should take on the big stock structure question, but what about the eventuality, the contingency of us hitting the ACL in the meantime? And there's various ways proposed about either a forecasting projection model type approach to forecasting how much of landings would be northern subpopulation, and some worries that would take a lot of work and time from the SSC. So I'm wondering how, I'm going to throw one idea out there with the idea of getting your feedback on what you think the SSC would review and how long would it take. Like using our kind of a groundfish way, or even it's probably the salmon way as well. I would think you could do a regression model, of using total landings, temperature, either by year, by month, or something like that, and then predict what the proportion of northern subpopulation would be. You can even do it and get some uncertainty intervals around there. So just a review of a model like that, would that be something you could do in one meeting of the subcommittee, do you think, or would that be more involved than that?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Mr. Niles. And yes, I was listening to the discussion of the previous agenda item. But as far as I know, the rest of the SSE was not. And, obviously the SSE has not had any chance to discuss that. And so I should probably just leave things there. But, since you asked about, my anticipations of how in-depth the review process would be, I would again say that's, probably really a question for the SSE subcommittee chair and a question that the full SSE should discuss in our next sort of workload planning, whatever we call that agenda item. I think there are, well, you did mention things like salmon forecasting and whatnot. And so usually a change in a salmon forecast does require a methodology review. So that's usually one round of review by the salmon subcommittee and also the salmon technical team, and then a round of review by the SSE. That said, certainly there have been times we have been asked to diverge from our usual operating procedure. And, we have reviewed certain things on shorter notice. But I don't think that's not general practice for salmon forecast changes. And I don't think we have any precedent to say how we would treat something like that for CPS.
Great.
Okay, thanks, Will. Yeah, I should have acknowledged the SSC wouldn't have discussed that, but yeah, you got exactly where I was getting. Like, what would, if it were a salmon type or a ground fish, what would you expect it? So appreciate that answer.
Okay, thanks, Corey. Anyone else? All right, seeing no hands. Nope, Corey.
So I just wanted to see if someone else had a question first, but I guess another question for you, Will. Trying to on the sequence of things, trying to ask this clearly, but what we heard from the Science Center report yesterday was that they're already working on ways of predicting or modeling sardine recruitment using more than just temperature, and that work was proceeding with the idea of it being ready for the next full assessment. So that's kind of the EMSY evaluation that's been asked for. But so that when it happens to that and the assessment, if we undertake the stock structure item up first. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble phrasing the question, but if we take up the stock structure item, how does that, do you think that it would affect the next assessment? And just, I'm coming up with different combinations. If you end up with one stock, you would do the recruitment analysis differently than if you were two stocks, so on and so forth. I'll stop there, see if you can get the gist of what I'm asking and have feedback.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I think I do get the gist of the question. And so, yeah, first, we were at some level aware of that work that was described, and that's why, our description of EMSY, we did use the words, environmental conditions rather than, say, cow coffee sea surface temperature. So we're definitely supportive of exploring that wider range of potential drivers. But then, I think the main thrust of your question is, how dependent is that work on the stock definition? And so without knowing the details of, sort of every aspect of those updated, recruitment analyses, I think there is a high probability that they would be pretty sensitive to how you define the stocks. And so, that's why we're sort of saying that you really should be approaching stock definitions, EMSY, and distribution all as a package. Because yes, if you change your definition of stock, then you're likely going to change how you measure recruits, and that's likely going to cause a change in what proportion of that stock is in U.S. waters.
Word.
Thanks, Will. And one last question, if no one else has one. And I just heard you read the statement and read it, and now forgetting if you said anything directly about this, but I'm wondering about the idea that switching mackerel to more of the anchovy harvest framework in doing that instead of the assessment updates, that could save work and, be more responsive to biomass changes at the same time. But did you have any discussion amongst yourselves or with the Science Center on whether that trade-off could happen right away? Like if we, instead of sticking with the stock assessment schedule, we asked the Science Centers to come up with a framework for mackerel, like would that save time over doing the next assessment update? And I think I asked that more clearly than normal, so we'll see I'll stop there.
Yeah, thanks. So, I mean, first of all, there was no real back and forth between the SSC and the Science Center on, any of the sort of workload considerations you bring up. I think it probably is fair to say that the SSC does not see a lot of value in a catch-only update for a species. Well, especially a catch-only update at the frequency we're doing it relative to a species that lives as long as, or lives as short as mackerel does. So I think the SSC was coming from the perspective that something frameworked like anchovy would be more informative in the short term, and that it's probably more useful to be looking at recent survey data than it is to be looking at recent catches. I mean, ideally, you would look at both, but I think that really it's the recent surveys that's giving the most useful information, and that's not something we get in the catch-only update framework. And I think our expectation was that in the long term that would result in workload savings, but I don't think we really discussed a lot the sort of short-term costs and benefits and workload.
Okay, thanks, Corey. All right, looking around. I see hands. Thanks, Will. All right, next up will be the GM, the CPS-MT, and Kirk Lynn. Welcome, Kirk.
Hello. Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair, council members. Good morning. Kirk Lynn with the CPS-MT. I'll be reading Supplemental Revised CPS-MT Report 1. The Coastal Pelagic Species Management Team reviewed and discussed the Coastal Pelagic Species Science and Management Priorities discussion paper. The team finds the list of topics in the paper as representative of CPS issues that have been important in recent years. In-season adaptive management of Pacific sardine that assigns catch to either the northern or southern subpopulation in a timely and efficient process, as discussed under agenda item G3, may allow for increased opportunity and could be added to the list. As for priorities, the team suggests the highest near-term priority should be the reevaluation of Pacific sardine stock structure and the management units in the CPS Fishery Management Plan. Associated harvest control rule parameters like EMSY, distribution, and fraction should then be developed as a complete package. The team has highlighted the importance of providing fishing opportunities for all sardine available to the U.S. commercial CPS fleet. Under the current management stock structure, a portion of the catch from Southern California is attributed postseason to the northern subpopulation in the sardine stock assessment, while all catch of sardine is applied in season to the northern subpopulation in the annual catch limit. The team recognizes the other topics that were listed in the paper as tasks that would benefit CPS management, but as lower priorities than addressing Pacific sardine stock structure. For example, the team agrees with the SSC in exploring alternative approaches for integrating periodic assessments and survey data for updating the overfishing limit and acceptable biological catch, similar to what was developed for the central subpopulation of northern anchovy. In regards to process, the team agrees that there is value in reviewing CPS science and management priorities on a biennial basis. This review would allow for consideration and adjustments to research and management tasks. To maximize efficiency, this can be done concurrent with the scheduled stock assessment prioritization process in November of even years. Discussions of both CPS management priorities and research, including stock assessment, scheduling, and capacity, can be facilitated at these meetings as needed. And that concludes our report. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Kirk. Questions on the management team report? All right, not seeing any. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up will be the advisor subpanel and Mark Fina. Welcome back, Mark.
Thanks. Good morning again. I'm giving the report on the advisory from the advisory subpanel. The first paragraph is of this report is something you've heard before, and it's just that our highest priority is getting on with development of a management program for all sardines coastwide. The second paragraph, we suggest that you should review the best available science and make streamline alternatives as much as you can based on the best available science. You know, if you can determine that you can eliminate an alternative after taking a hard look at the science, you should do that to expedite management, the management change for us. Third paragraph, we talk about the considerations of needing to review EMSY and the distribution component. We believe that you're going to have to do this no matter what you do, whether it's one stock or two stocks, and that if you're going to be doing it, if you start this bigger package now, you should just roll it into the consideration of the bigger package. The last paragraph is talks about the other issues, the frequency of stock assessments for mackerel and northern and stock assessments for northern anchovy. We suggest that given the low fishing pressure on these fisheries, that these are a lesser conservation management or industry concern. Likewise, the central subpopulation of northern anchovy and the incidental catch limit considerations are a relatively low priority for us. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Mark. Questions on the advisor subpanel report? All right, seeing none, thank you. Well, that concludes our reports. Takes us to comments, public comments. We have at least one. We have two. Okay. First up will be Jeff Chester. Jeff, welcome back. There he is.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you. Welcome.
Great. Thank you again, Mr. Chair, members of the council. My name is Jeff Chester, representing Oceana. We really appreciated the dialogue throughout this meeting and the discussion on this item. As you recall, many of the other CPS agenda items sort of deferred to this one. I'll just give you our sort of sense of the top priorities as we see them in priority order. First, we believe that the Sardine EMSY reevaluation should be the top priority. We'd like to see a methodology review to evaluate a range of new alternative methods to set a dynamic EMSY for the northern subpopulation, including the use of recent stock productivity from stock assessments, so not just looking at environmental parameters. The council and the advisory bodies have all agreed on the problem, and despite the NIMS recent analysis, there are still major concerns with Cal Coffee indicating high productivity since the council began using it, while the stock assessments have indicated historically low productivity and recruitment over this period. The second priority would be to address the coastwide nature of the sardine population. We believe that the best approach would be to add the sardine southern population to the CPS FMP, including a separate ACL for the southern stock and then updated distribution for both stocks. We believe this can be straightforward as there are biomass estimates for the southern stock as well as distribution estimates annually for both stocks from the AT surveys. In-season catch attribution, such as the idea that Mark Fina brought up under G3, could be discussed here, and we believe this approach is critical to ensuring a sustainable live bait fishery in Southern California, but attempting to exclude southern stock catch without managing the southern stock is ill-advised. Just really quick with respect to the stock definitions, I just would point out we're getting a little bit of deja vu here. 3 years ago, if you'll recall, the SSC recommending re-examining the stock structure and that we should do a new benchmark assessment before reevaluating EMSY, since the EMSY and other things depend on the stock structure. We had that stock workshop and a new assessment, but now we find ourselves back in the same place. So we just asked the council to consider that we were just here at the same place a couple of years ago, and how can we move forward and avoid this endless cycle of reconsidering the stock structure over and over again without moving forward on the next steps. With respect to the stock assessment frequency piece, so thinking about other stocks aside from Sardine, we're very much in line with what the SSC is recommending and what's supported by the management team as well on this. Note that the issues that we raised for the northern subpopulation, northern anchovy, and Pacific mackerel survey estimates were really deferred to this agenda item. And so really for both of those stocks, Pacific mackerel and northern subpopulation, northern anchovy, we'd like to see the council develop a framework for infrequent assessments and regular updates using AT survey results, similar to what the council did for the central subpopulation of northern anchovy, and then basically to amend the CPS FMP accordingly, so that you have harvest control rules that are based on the annual survey results. This is, as Andre Punt explained that at the SSC, that this type of real-time management of harvest control rules directly using annual AT surveys is kind of the gold standard throughout the world for CPS management, and will reduce burdens on the Science Center as it allows a much longer time between assessments. And so this was really the value of the CSNA framework that the council developed. So noting that last item would really fit nicely with the new integrated acoustic trawl survey methodology review that's happening in 2026, could be combined in a single FMP amendment and would be a really good candidate for IRA funding. So in conclusion, we're optimistic that with a clear plan and direction by the council, you can efficiently address the long-standing concerns in CPS fisheries that have been brought forward by various stakeholders. We'd like to see these updates to the management occur through the FMP amendment process, which provides an opportunity to examine alternatives, consider best available science, and have clear timelines so that we can get these things done. These investments ultimately will make the fisheries and ecosystem more adaptive and resilient in the face of climate change and the natural stock fluctuations of the coastal pelagic species assemblage. And happy to take any questions, and thank you again for the opportunity to comment.
Great, thanks, Jeff. Questions for Jeff on his testimony? Corey Niles.
Thanks, Jeff. I think I got what you're recommending, but it's when you opened your statement with you still think EMSY is the priority over stock structure, but I think what the SSC and others are saying, you can take the stock structure as order of operations first and then look at it together. And I heard you say you were agreeing with the SSC. Yeah, can you clarify? Everyone else probably got it, but I'm a little mixed up.
Yeah, thank you through the chair, and no, I really appreciate it. I think I probably talk too fast a lot of times, so I'll take responsibility for that. Yeah, so I guess in terms of the management needs, we see the EMSY as a top priority, just given that that wasn't addressed. It was a part of the court order that really wasn't addressed in the rebuilding plan or in this last specs process. So it's a clear legal need and with real world ramifications in terms of preventing overfishing. So we think that's the highest priority in the near term based on the current science. I guess I think it's obvious that you want to kind of base all of these metrics. I mean, and that includes the whole harvest control rule, the minimum stock size threshold, the EMSY, all of that based on whatever stock structure and definition that is sort of the agreed upon version for management. But I guess the concern is that we kind of just did that And we understand that the industry has an interest in moving back what's been a two-stock management regime and moving it back to one combined stock. But I guess we're concerned that that's not going to be an easy thing to do, and it's going to require essentially overhauling the entire sardine management approach. So since we just went through that process, and there still are, from the surveys, two clearly defined, geographically defined and delineated stocks, and we have a management regime in place, we're just worried that reopening that question of stock definitions yet one more time, when we just did that, in the workshop in November 2022, just seems to kind of put us on the same hamster wheel of never actually getting to the EMSY and these really important issues, including the issue of how do you make things better for the live bait fishery so they're not constrained by the northern subpopulation. So I guess if the council really is feeling not confident in the stock structure, then sure, I guess you're going to have to go back and do that first. But I guess the concern is that that's going to delay all the rest of these priorities significantly. And there is a pathway that you basically use the stock structure that came out of the last workshop less than 2 years, less than 3 years ago, and essentially make these fixes to sardine management based on the current stock definition that uses the habitat model that everyone's familiar with, that has been the result of a lot of work and a lot of science, rather than getting into a debate about the stock definition all over again, which will slow us down and ultimately delay kind of real solutions to some of the problems that are being addressed. Thanks.
Okay. Other questions? All right. Thanks, Jeff. Next up will be Mark Fina. Welcome back, Mark.
Morning again, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I'm debating whether I'm going to pass, but I just want to point out one thing, is that just to be clear on our position, we would like you to ask staff to come back with a discussion paper exploring the science on one stock, two stock, for you to make a consideration and decide on what alternatives you should advance for analysis for the sardine stocks. We do not advocate another workshop. I think you've got staff that can put together the science. I think they've already looked at and read the science, and they can do a pretty good job of that. And then it puts you in the position as the managers of the fishery to make a management decision informed by science, which I think is what I've heard several scientists who were asked whether this is one or two stocks say, that it really is in the council's court to make that decision as to whether it's appropriate management as one or two stocks, but it should be informed by the work that the scientists do. So just be clear on that. And the last point I want to make relates to the thought that we should just move ahead with survey management of these stocks, and it really puts a lot of fear in our industry, because catchability under these surveys is very weak, and a single survey can the fluctuations you see, especially with lesser survey coverage, is really problematic for taking that approach. If you did 2 or 3 surveys a year or something like that, and they had extensive coverage, maybe you could get there. But the catchability is so weak that we know what will happen. It'll be ping-ponging up and down on an annual basis to no one's benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Questions for Mark? Corey Niles?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On that last comment, Mark, and it might have been, I can't remember when you joined us, but we do that approach for the anchovy central subpopulation, and I don't think it's not annual, but and I'm forget what it was, but are you all not in favor of that, what we're doing now?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I should have been a little more clear. I guess the real fear mostly is with Pacific mackerel on that last point in terms of that. Pacific mackerel just has shown itself to be pretty difficult to track. And I still go back to the point that we made in the CPSAS comment, which is these fisheries are under very, very little fishing pressure. Given where they are, I think it lowers the priority of that significantly. Thanks.
Thanks, Mark. Lori, anyone else? Okay. Thank you. Okay, that finishes our public comment. It takes us to council action. So with that, I'll open the council floor for discussion. Asia Shimillo.
Thank you, Chair. I know where I'd like this agenda item to go, and what I'd like to see is that we, especially with Sardine, move forward right away with doing the process to do a single action to set the right number of stocks in the FMP. I don't really care particularly, like I don't have a dog in the fight about the answer to that number of stocks, but we just have to do it. And we have to do that in a way that's transparent to everyone. And so that lands to me as the highest priority for this list. What strikes me, and I'll leave it here because I think a lot of people have a lot of things to say, but what strikes me here is the parallels between this and some of the comments you heard with the groundfish FMP earlier this week, that there's synergy from different sides of the aisle about the need to move forward very, very quickly with something that that cleans up messes that have been there for a long time. And so I think, yeah, we have to stick with those calls to do those things as much as possible. And I'll leave it there and let other people speak up. Thank you.
Thank you, Asia. All right. What else? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. Agreeing with Ms. Shamilo and just sort of reflecting on how much we've heard this week and how much we've heard at previous meetings about the importance of a lot of these items, both for providing opportunity to go fishing as well as conservation needs. So it's we have a lot in front of us, but I just want to express my gratitude to council staff and others and the management teams and advisory bodies for thinking about this and putting this together in a way that's thoughtful. I do have a motion whenever we're ready, but I don't want to cut off conversation here.
Okay. Hey, Corey, anyone else? I'm not seeing a hand, so maybe that motion might encourage people to raise their hand. So please.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Tower of Power. I move to adopt the list of science and management topics described in G.5 Attachment 1 as modified by Supplemental SSC Report 1. Prioritize the above list for possible council action. 1, Pacific Sardine stock structure. 2, stock assessment frequency. And 3, managing annual opportunity.
Thank you, Corey. Is the language on the screen out here? Okay, look for a second. Seconded by Rebecca Litt. Thank you, Rebecca. Please speak to your motion, Corey.
Thanks, Chair. As I just described, I think we have a lot of support and a lot of our public asking for a bunch of these items that we just discussed to move forward. Regarding the Pacific Sardine stock structure, we very clearly have a problem in that we are not managing the southern sod population and that our fishery does not match our FMP. These issues have been flagged for years. We've heard some discussion about EMSY and distribution. And as part of this, my intention is to include consideration of EMSY and distribution as part of the Pacific Sardine stock structure potential action. I think we heard the word package used by a couple folks, so I'll repeat that here. A package that would address all 3 of these seems to make the most sense, both conceptually and in terms of sequence. I'll also note that in the SSC noted that distribution also needs to be revisited for anchovy, so that was on the SSC list and would be part of this list as if this motion was adopted. Managing for what we're fishing for is critical. We want to increase fishing opportunity and conservation. I concur with Mr. Fina's earlier statements today that what we're doing now is legal-ish at best, and I feel that we need to address that immediately. Reflecting on the council staff document, I'm going to pull a quote from that, which says, the first steps would include a review of updated scientific information on stock structure, defining a range of alternatives for stock structure definitions, and considering potential implications and coordinated actions for each alternative. My intent in thinking here is not to necessarily do another stock structure workshop. I think at this point that we have a lot in front of us. We've heard from multiple people that, we have a deep literature that we can turn to. So my suggestion would be to do a literature review followed by SSC review. That is what we did under groundfish for the stock definitions there. In terms of workflow, my intention would be for the council to receive a range of alternatives with an option to select a PPA at our next meeting. I believe the staff document referenced November 2025, but also recognize we usually make those decisions under workload planning scheduled for tomorrow. Reflecting a little bit on what Shamila said about not having a dog in this fight, I feel sort of the same way, which is that I would just like to see us pick a lane and manage to conserve in it and leave that decision to whatever that literature review or other similar process finds for us and make that decision at that point. The most important thing is moving forward. Speaking a little bit to stock assessment frequency, we also heard how important this was, especially around the northern subpopulation of northern anchovy and Pacific mackerel. We've also heard some comments about potentially removing catch-only updates from our process. The SSC noted this as potentially problematic. We also heard, I believe it was from Dr. Yao, pardon me if that's not who we heard from yesterday, but that the capacity difference for nymphs between a catch-only and an update are actually quite similar. So to me, it makes sense to just across all of our species that currently use that process to remove the catch-only update and just go to updates. Regarding managing annual opportunity, appreciate the note that the SSC made on this. I think a framework approach that can better use survey data and be more responsive and data-informed approach, as noted by the SSC, makes a lot of sense. We have management for the central subpopulation, and I think that was well thought out and is a seemingly smart way to manage, noting Mr. Fina's comments earlier about catchability, but realize that's a slightly separate issue. So just noting that this framework may be a better approach towards setting more accurate OFLs in the future. Finally, I appreciate the staff's recommendation to think about a new biennial process to prioritize issues as we do in groundfish. Reflected on that, talked to some others. That process isn't perfect and that's okay. The CPS is a different FMP. It behaves differently. It's got fewer species and fewer stocks. So at this moment, I'm not recommending that. Obviously open to other motions from other staff, other council members. But I did want to say how much I appreciate the intent and thought that went into that. And if that is a tool that we realize we need to use down the road, that it's something we've got in our back pocket.
Thank you, Corey. Questions on the motion? Sharon Keefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just so I understand a little more specifically, so I am looking at the G5 Attachment 1, and that list of science and management topics had 5 bullet points. And so you're proposing adopt that list of 5 bullet points. And then your motion then would take that list of 5 bullet points and prioritize it to number 1, Pacific sardine stock structure, but that number one would still include consideration of what's number two in that list of 5. Am I correct there? As well as number 3 for both Pacific sardine and northern subpopulation of northern anchovy in that number 1 priority package.
Corey?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Ms. Kiefer. My intent was to only have that for sardine at this moment, but thank you for that clarification. As it became clear, the number 2 and number 3 were sort of subsumed into that number 1. So I would like them to remain on the list conceptually for other stocks as well, but hence the prioritization here would be to address that as part of the sardine stock structure first.
Thank you. That helps clarify your intent for me.
Thank you, Sharon. Okay. Questions on the motion? Corey Niles?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Corey, for putting this together. And I'm supportive of the approach and its basis in the SSC report. I kind of missed the last thing you said that you didn't include, but we're looking for other council members to possibly add if they're interested. But so were you saying that you don't want to repeat this process again in the future? I'm having listening problems at this point in the meeting, but I'll leave it. I think is that what you were saying? Okay.
Corey? Other Corey?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, other Corey. That is essentially yes. As I was saying, I appreciate the staff's thought behind that. We are generally looking for efficiencies in this process, the council process, and I'm not sure that we need to add that biennial agenda item at this point. But am open to other council members, of course, airing what they consider about that, and that was the reason I did not include it in this motion.
Ms. Corey? Corey? All right. Okay. Okay, the floor for discussion. Katrina?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a clarification question for Ms. Ridings. I was wondering if the prioritize the above list was intended to be the below list of the items, or if that refers to the full list of topics in the in attachment 1, and also just wanted to clarify whether all of the subtopics under 2 and 3 were included in that prioritization. Thank you.
Corey?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Ms. Bernhaus. You've got me. Can you ask those questions again, just a little bit slower?
Yes, apologize for the speed. Thank you. Your second bullet, prioritize the above list for possible council action. I just wanted to clarify whether the above list was intended to be the below list, items 1, 2, and 3 we see on the screen here, or whether that was intended to be the list in attachment 1, the full list of 5 topics. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Bernhaus. Oh, apologies. It was meant to be the above list. It was referring to prioritization, referencing the items as described by the staff document. Perhaps it seems like I wasn't clear enough, and then saying of those, I would like to prioritize them as described below. Does that help?
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Ridings. And one other question, part 2, would be whether items 2 and 3 on your prioritization list include both subtopics in each of those items as described in the attachment. Thank you.
Thank you, they do.
Okay, we good? All right. For discussion, Corey?
Thanks. Just on that minor point of what comes next, we'll vote for the motion. I don't know that we would put in another motion whether we do this again, but I will strongly say I don't want to go back to the way it was happening before, where I think Asia said it a little bit ago, of where you talk about all the mackerel needs under mackerel, all the sardine under the sardine, harvest specifications, anchovy under anchovy. We got stuff in open comment this time on the other anchovy. So it was very here, there, and no one place to really understand all of the requests we were getting from the public, our advisory bodies, everyone else, knowing what the Science Center's workload capacity is. Unfortunately, the center's capacity was limited before, and we're just waiting to hear the bad news on what's going to happen to its capacity in the near future. So yeah, I'm voting for this, but yeah, maybe leaving discussion on what comes next after the vote on this one.
Thank you, Corey. Anyone else? Okay, Brianna Brady.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Ridings, for the motion. I really appreciate all the work you put into it, and I'll be voting in support of it.
Thank you, Brianna. All right. I see any hands. That means I'm probably going to call for the question here. So, okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, no. Abstentions? All right. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Corey. Okay. Further discussion? Corey? Niles?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And maybe a question for Katrina or Merrick about, I think the proposal was maybe to do this every 2 years. Do we need to take that up now, or is that something, I think I agree with the sentiment that it might not be needed while we're working on these issues, but at some point we're going to need a place to talk about priorities. So can we, it would be better to talk about that, just keep that on the back burner, and the question of when we do this again, we can take up at some other time, but it's not super pressing. But I really don't think that the way we were doing it before today was transparent to people. Yeah, I think people who do this understand what they think they want, and the Science Center is the same, but there was not happening in the normal way that we've done it, in the having a discussion of all the various things that we could worked on, and what the scientists and the management teams and advisors of them can work on. That wasn't really happening. So I think that this was much improved over what we were doing before. Just when we do it again, I don't know that we need to answer that now.
Executive Director Burton.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and appreciate the sentiment, Mr. Niles. I agree. I don't think we need to decide it now, but I do think, I do agree that we should have this conversation periodically. What I would propose is that we do what we usually do as staff, which is after we see your motion here, we'll regroup over the next couple of weeks and we think through workload and how long this stuff is going to take. And then it strikes me that we might have this conversation again after we make headway with this list. And so that'll allow us to have a more informed discussion about when it comes back.
Great. Thanks, Mark. Okay. Anyone else? All right. I'm going to turn to Katrina. See what we're doing here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the discussion on this item. The Council has reviewed, revised, and adopted a list of science and management topics, adopting the list under Agenda Item G5 Attachment 1 with addition from the priorities described, the topics described in the SSC Supplemental Report. Near-term priorities have also been identified and recommended for scheduling, and further discussions on scheduling will occur under Agenda Item H3, Future Council Agenda and Workload Planning, and guidance has been provided on the sequencing of these priorities. And the proposed process has been reviewed for the science and management priorities, but it has not been decided to be acted upon at this time. So I believe your business for this item is complete.
Okay, thank you. And great work, everyone. We'll come back on C3, but not until after we go for a break. So give us 10 minutes and try to be back in chairs at 10:55. and we'll try to get C3 taken care of for lunch. So. Take our seats. We'll get started here. Okay, we're back in session here on C3. With that, I'll hand the gavel to Vice Chair Hassemer. Pete?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And with that, I will look down to Ms. Gilly Lyons to give us the overview. Gilly.
Thanks very much, Mr. Vice Chair. Good morning, everyone. This is agenda item C3, Socioeconomic Framework Work Plan and Update. As described in the situation summary for this item, this is an opportunity for the Council to review and discuss an update on its Socioeconomic Framework project, which is one of 3 special projects for which the Council has received dedicated funding under the Inflation Reduction Act. This project is also known by its longer title as Decision Making for Stronger Fishing Communities, and it correlates to IRA project number 2 in the Council's project proposals, just in terms of a quick orientation. The Council last discussed this project at your September 2024 meeting in Spokane, where you reviewed initial work plans and tentative project timelines for all 3 of the Council's special projects. The materials in the briefing book for this agenda item include just the situation summary, which will form the bulk of a brief verbal update that I will provide momentarily. It is a lean, mean agenda item. For the agenda order, I'll start things off by providing that verbal update. There are no advisory body reports or written public comments for this item. If there's no verbal public comment, we'll then move into council discussion and action, and your action here is to consider this update and provide any guidance on next steps. And with that, I'll just look to see if there are any questions, and if not, I can go ahead and move forward with the project update.
Thanks, Gilly. Any questions? Seeing none, please proceed.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. As I mentioned in my overview, the Socioeconomic Framework Project is one of 3 special projects for which the Council has received dedicated funding. The goal of the Socioeconomic Framework Project is to improve the Council's ability to consider how its proposals and actions affect human well-being in West Coast fishing communities that are impacted by changing environmental conditions. To meet this goal, the project will focus on the design and development of a decision support and management evaluation framework that enhances the Council's ability to measure and understand the impacts of its actions on West Coast fishing communities, and that helps the Council identify strategies and steps it can take to improve the resilience of these communities to near and long-term change. In short, the project seeks to improve the Council's ability to make decisions that increase fishing community resilience. Along with the adaptive management project that the Council will be discussing under the next agenda item today, the Socioeconomic Framework Project follows up on the Council's Fishery Ecosystem Plan Climate and Communities Initiative by seeking to address part of that initiative's goal to develop strategies for increasing the resiliency of our managed stocks and fisheries in the face of both near-term shifts and long-term environmental changes. This CCI goal is further reflected in potential future FEP Initiative 2.6, which is titled Supporting Fishery and Fishing Community Resilience Initiative, which the Council added to its FEP Ecosystem Initiatives Appendix in September of 2022, and which also serves as the foundation for this special project. Also, in case it's a helpful refresher, I just wanted to run through the project's 5 core components, which are laid out in the project proposal and are also described in potential future FEP Initiative 2.6. These components include 1, review and adoption of a set of attributes to use for assessing human well-being in and resilience of fishing communities. Number 2, a baseline assessment of resilience for West Coast communities. Number 3, development of conceptual models for how Council actions have affected or may affect these attributes, aligned with current or possible future Council actions under consideration. Number 4, identification of current or potential future management processes, and analysis of their impacts on community resilience under changing environmental conditions. And finally, 5, determination of actions that could be taken to bolster community resilience with a clear delineation between those that are either within or beyond the Council's authorities. And a key output of this work would be a management evaluation and decision support framework that outlines how Council actions affect community resilience or attributes of community resilience, as well as how to evaluate the impact of management changes on those attributes of resilience. In mid-February, the Council issued a request for proposals seeking a contractor to assist with building out the Socioeconomic Framework project. The RFP period closed in mid-March, and council staff anticipates identifying a contractor shortly. We hope that project work will begin in earnest later this spring. The Council is next tentatively scheduled to review draft products generated by the Socioeconomic Framework project at its March 2026 meeting, though project updates may be provided before then. And that concludes my brief project update and overview, and I would be very happy to answer any questions the Council may have.
All right, thank you, Gilly. There are no other reports, and continuing, I don't think there's any public comment yet, but are there any questions first on the overview that Ms. Lyons just gave? Not seeing any questions. Rebecca Lent.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Ms. Lyons, for your presentation. I'm just wondering, in looking at the objectives that are laid out here, the first one is to understand the impacts of Council actions, and the second one is to help the Council identify strategies and steps that it can take to improve resilience of these communities. Can you maybe give me an example of what this Council could do along those lines once we have this information? And I may be getting the cart before the horse, but I'm just curious, what can the Council do within its authority to improve resilience? Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for the question, Dr. Lent, and through the Vice Chair. The project anticipates a number, I would say 4 key phases, if you will, where the contractor that is identified would assess current Council decision-making processes along with currently available resources and tools that can help inform Council decision processes along the lines of identifying attributes of resilience, and then also identify information gaps and resource needs, and from there moving to development of new frameworks and analytical resources. And so along the way, that the ultimate goal being the building out of a framework that would help the Council with these decision-making needs. And I would say that the key aspects will probably be a lot of iteration with and conversations with the Council advisory bodies, stakeholders, and Council staff in terms of identifying opportunities where for identifying what particular areas are ripe for, what's the word that I'm looking for? Just better analysis for the Council's ability to forecast impacts, et cetera. And so I'm just trying to think of a good example of where that might be, but perhaps looking at if a change to a harvest control rule and being able to understand how that change would affect not just Council managed resources, but also the human well-being and the socioeconomic components of communities that are dependent on the stock in question. So there would be, I think, as part of this, there's an anticipation of looking at the extent to which certain communities are dependent on certain stocks. So that would probably pertain to like a fishing participation network, and trying to dig a little deeper into some of those tools, that some of which exist, some of which perhaps could be further expanded upon. So that might be one chunk of an example that would fall into the Council's purview.
Executive Director Burden.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. And Dr. Land, I just can't help myself because this starts to touch on my my prior work, and I think maybe you understand where I'm coming from. So I'm going to make a comment, but just building a bit on what Ms. Lyons said. You know, if I think about what it takes for a community, from a socioeconomic perspective, what it takes for a community to resist or recover or adapt to changing conditions, there are a few things that I would start to look for. One is like diversity of opportunities, and so that's something that this council has a role in through license limitation or IFQ versus open access versus things of that nature. That affects the diversity of opportunity. The other one is, you know, a lot of times industries, or in our case, fishermen or processors, have the ability to adapt and retool themselves if they're making money and they can afford to make those investments. And so if we have very unprofitable fisheries, it's hard to make that adaptation. So those are just two examples that start to link the ability to resist or adapt to some of the things that we have control over as a council.
Thank you. Any other questions? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Vice. Thanks, Ms. Lyons, for this overview. I was reading while you were talking, so apologies if I missed this, but I'm wondering what sort of support will NIMS be giving? Is that envisioned as someone who's going to work with the contractor or work with council staff? Recognizing, you know, we do not have sort of a dedicated social scientist on council staff, and just kind of putting these pieces in my head together and wondering how much we can utilize the good scientists at NIMS.
Through the chair, thanks very much for the question, Ms. Ridings. That's a great question. I think this may have also come up a little bit in previous discussions, and so I'm glad it's come up again, that there are some, there is work being done primarily at the Northwest Fishery Science Center and perhaps elsewhere, but work that's being done that's sort of adjacent to this line of inquiry and that has a lot of intersections with it in terms of looking at the ways in which fishing communities have responded to perturbations in the recent past and how they've either recovered or bounced back or not, and what maybe some of those differences might elucidate. And the opportunity, I think, for this project to sort of help move forward in sort of informal collaboration with that project, I think, or those pieces of work that are happening within the Science Center, I think is I think that opportunity exists, and I think there's interest in just making sure that there's ongoing communication and sort of linking up where appropriate and possible to sort of make sure that that work is complementary and of course not duplicative, but it appears that there's a lot of complementarity associated with the two sort of lines of inquiry currently, which is great. So I think there could be some good partnerships there. Thank you.
Thanks. Other questions? Not seeing any. Let me just check and make sure. I don't see any public comment, but confirm we have no public comment. So any other discussion to be had on this? This was just a check-in on the status and for opportunity for you to provide any guidance on the next steps. Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Vice. I don't have much to say other than just appreciate council staff for pulling this all together. I think the RFP looks good. As a social scientist myself, I'm really excited about this and really looking forward to seeing what we get back and having the opportunity for the council to continue to have iterative discussions around this work and how it moves forward. So just want to express my gratitude to council staff and looking forward to see where this goes.
Thank you. Any other comments? Butch Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And I hope this is an appropriate position to put it, but I know for years in the social economic stuff that council does and other places in the fishing industry, for instance, in my industry, the sport or charter industry, every bobby pin or brush or candy bar or whatever gas bought from wherever the person leaves from goes into the cost or the expense of the trip that person spends in the economic value, which is great. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but I always thought it was kind of disingenuous. Maybe we have a little time here that on the commercial side, it was just X value. Deckhands, nets, bait, insurance, mortgage, all that stuff didn't go into that to show a true picture of what a commercial boat value is to a harbor or to the community or to what he or she does. And I don't want to dump any work on poor Gilly, but as time goes on, and maybe this is not the right place or the right subject, but when you brought up the social stuff, I think it's time we think differently about that, because all that, and it really comes into play when you lose a cannery and you lose a bunch of boats and of all that economic stuff that leaves your port. People going to Ingle Marines, people hiring a boat mechanic and all that stuff. And maybe some of that's not appropriate or applicable, but I know some is. And I think I felt for a long time that was wrong that we did it that way. And in a lot of ways, I think we don't value the true value of our commercial industry by doing just X price value on the fish they sell. So just throwing that out there for your own amazement. If it sticks somewhere, if it eventually gets changed, or we think about it more when we do these kinds of things, then I've got my message through, and we have it. I tried. So anyway, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, for letting me speak, and I hope I didn't get too far off base, but you can hit me later, so thank you.
Thank you. Butch. Mark Gorelnik.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hassemer, and I couldn't agree more with what Mr. Smith said. The NOAA annually publishes a document called Fishery Economics of the United States, and it used to include both durable and non-durable expenses associated with fishing activity, in particular the recreational activity. And it doesn't anymore. Yeah, they've dropped the durable, and it's not clear to me that they even capture all. So to the extent that this process or this council can encourage that the economic impacts of the activity that we manage is fully reflected in an economic analysis would be helpful, because we are supposed to take into account impacts on communities, and those impacts are directly felt by economic activity, and that's not being captured right now.
Thank you. Rebecca Len.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And like the Executive Director, I just can't help jumping in. You've already heard me whine about this at this table ever since I got here. I can only speak as an economist. Corey can cover the community social sciences aspect, which economists are really bad at. But what I'll tell you is there is a lot of abuse of what's called economic figures, of value, of impact, of economic. There's a lot of abuse. It's really not very clear, not very precise. There's a lot of things that are just plain wrong. If we want to talk about expenditures, whether you're recreational angler, charter boat operator, commercial operator, that's expenses. Those are apples. Don't compare them with oranges. If you want to talk about the value, it's very different. The value of a commercial fishery is not the gross revenues. It's the net revenues with many modifications around that. So you've heard me whine when someone puts a chart up and says, here's the gross revenues, and out of all these categories, these people could not afford VMS or EM. I can't remember what it was, but they can't afford it if that's their gross revenues. You got to look at their net revenues. It's what people take home. Now, I hope that one day, and this is something I did at the Marine Mammal Commission, I brought an economist in to just explain the nuts and bolts of it. What are the values? There's a lot of different ways to do that. And what are the economic impacts? That's important too. What's the multiplier effect? And I think there's a lot more strength in the impact values, but we have to make sure we're comparing apples with apples, oranges with oranges. And when we talk value, we're not actually talking expenditures. Expenditures are not values. It's an important figure in its economic impact. But let's get it straight, and let's make sure we're true to our mission, which is looking at the bottom line, people's ability to take home a salary and put food on the table and get their kids through college and so forth. So I welcome that opportunity. Perhaps, Gilly, we can have the contractor give us a primer, if only in writing, of like with like and so forth. Thank you for letting me let loose on this.
Thank you. Corey Niles.
Thanks. I'm hesitating to say this now that Rebecca said it's all wrong, but just tying it back to the what Butch was saying earlier this week about the thousands of pages and groundfish stuff, and he can't wait to read one that's he can understand. But we do have for the good work of the Northwest Fishery Science Center and other in Southwest, I imagine there is the IOPAC model, which does get beyond the ex-vessel revenues, and that's supposed to capture more than just the ex-vessel revenues. So agreeing with Butch that that you and Rebecca that revenues aren't the whole story, but it is in there. Do we use it? Is it accurate? Bigger questions, but getting back to the point of this, I think, again, echoing what Corey said earlier about thanks to the staff for putting this together. These special projects are new, and I'm having trouble seeing ahead to what the outcome is. But I think the ideal would be to do what people would be to produce information that really helps, understand our communities and economy, and but also helps us weigh alternatives and which ones would be better. So, looking forward to seeing what comes to fruit from this.
Thank you. Any other comments? Again, this was an item for guidance. I don't know that it was specifically addressed as guidance, but there were a lot of things discussed around here about a project that just the RFP is out and hasn't started. So my expectation is that the executive director and staff will take that into account as we move forward. So, Gilly, do you want to summarize?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. You just had a very helpful for me personally conversation about aspects of the project and opportunities to perhaps focus in a little bit on some specific questions, some of which are elucidated in the RFP, and which we anticipate being able to explore further once a contractor is on board. And we very much look forward to coming back soon with some more information about the contractor that will be selected and opportunities to talk further in the coming months. And then hopefully within the next year, there will be some products to actually bring forward to the council for discussion with the council and advisory bodies. So, and with that, I think that you have completed your action for this agenda item.
All right, let me look around. I always miss hands. Any last words? Not seeing any. Thanks. We'll close out this agenda item. And we're still a ways away from the lunch hour. So let's transition into C4. It says salmon management on there, but we're not ready for that until after lunch. So let's see how far we get on C4. I suspect we'll come back and finish that up after our lunch hour. But with that, pause for Gilly to shuffle papers. let's hear the overview on this one, Gilly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chair. Good morning again. This is Agenda Item C4, Adaptive Management Work Plan and Update. As described in the situation summary for this item, this is an opportunity for the Council to review and discuss an update on its adaptive management project, which, much like the last agenda item, is one of 3 special projects for which the Council has received dedicated funding under the Inflation Reduction Act. This project is also known as Flexible and Adaptive Management and correlates to IRA Project Number 1 in the Council's project proposals, again, just by way of orientation. As noted under the previous agenda item, the Council last discussed this project at your September 2024 meeting, where you reviewed initial work plans and tentative project timelines for all 3 of these special projects. The focus of the Adaptive Management Project is to identify innovations or process improvements that make review and implementation of Council actions more timely, efficient, and responsive to rapidly changing environmental conditions. Key outcomes would be decision-making frameworks and/or new or revised processes or procedures that allow for more adaptive and flexible management in the face of these rapidly changing conditions, and that also allow the Council to better respond in a manner that matches the scope and speed of those changes. In a supplemental attachment under this agenda item, Council staff provided a report that describes some existing tools and approaches to increase flexibility and responsiveness in Council processes, including examples of challenges from each of the Council's FMPs where adaptive management may help to mitigate or resolve those challenges. This is just an initial review of both tools and challenges that's intended to, we hope, help support the Council's discussion today, with the expectation that a more comprehensive exploration could be undertaken as part of the Adaptive Management Project once it gets fully underway. The materials in the briefing book for this agenda item include the attachment referenced above and advisory body reports from the GMT, GAP, CPSAS, and EAS. The Council action today is to consider project updates and provide guidance on next steps. For the agenda order, I will start things off by providing a brief staff presentation on the Adaptive Management Project, and we'll then turn to the reports of the management teams and advisory bodies, followed by any public comment, and then move on into Council discussion and action. And with that, I'll just look to see if there are any questions, and if not, I can begin the staff presentation at any time.
All right, before we start the presentation, any questions on our charge or duties here today? Not seeing any. Gilly, go ahead with the presentation.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Tower of Power. I just have a few slides here that provide an overview of the Adaptive Management Project and then highlight some opportunities and questions for possible Council discussion and consideration. Next slide, please. So just to refresh or reorient folks in case it's been a little while since you've looked at the project write-up, the project's objective is to identify innovations to Council decision-making processes and operating procedures that will allow the Council to develop, analyze, and adopt management measures and recommendations on timeframes that are more responsive to rapidly changing conditions. These innovations and efficiencies could be focused both on decreasing the length of time required to finalize key Council actions and on increasing the Council's ability to develop management responses that are tailored to and commensurate with the scope and speed of observed and predicted changes in the environment. These 2 objectives here on the screen come from the project proposal itself and reflect the project's emphasis on increasing the Council's capacity for both flexibility and adaptive management as a way to respond to changing conditions. Next slide, please. I thought it might be helpful here, but just by way of grounding us in some recent Council history, to briefly describe the background of this project. The Adaptive Management Project has its origins in the Council's Fishery Ecosystem Plan Climate and Communities Initiative, much like the last project that we were just talking about, as well as the CCI's scenario planning exercise. The Council's scenario planning effort, which took place between 2019 and 2021, was a strategic planning exercise where the Council explored and considered alternative plausible descriptions or scenarios for how climate change might impact Council-managed resources over the next 20 years. A core theme that emerged from this scenario planning effort was interest in building more flexibility into the fishery management process. This theme is also reflected in the Climate and Communities Initiative's overarching goal, which is to consider, develop, and implement strategies for improving management flexibility and responsiveness. In response to both this overarching CCI goal and the scenario planning results and recommendations, the Council added potential future FEP Initiative 2.8, which is known as Assess Flexibility in Fisheries Management Process Initiative, to its Ecosystem Initiatives Appendix to the FEP, and that was in September of 2022. Potential Initiative 2.8 asks whether Council decision-making and NIMS review and regulatory processes should be made more dynamic in order to respond to rapidly changing environmental conditions. Initiative 2.8 then serves as the foundation for the Adaptive Management Project. Next slide, please. As described in the Adaptive Management Project proposal, this project envisions three main and interconnected elements of work. One element is a large-scale landscape-level review of existing approaches, tools, measures, and tactics for increasing flexibility and the capacity for adaptive management in the Council's decision-making and management processes. This could take the form of a white paper or literature review or another sort of compendium of information, and would include a deep dive into approaches and tools used nationally or in other regions, or those that the Council is already using here on the West Coast. It could also include a closer look at both challenges within the Council's FMPs as well as on-ramps for resolving those challenges using adaptive management approaches. This review would then help to inform the development of a broad framework that the Council could use to both identify opportunities to increase flexibility in adaptive management and apply new or expanded tools. I'll just note that this is a very rich area of inquiry and that a lot of great work and thinking has already been done around these kinds of tools and approaches. So it would be our expectation that this project element, while broader, could be completed in a relatively short time frame, especially with contractor assistance. Another critical element of this project is the consideration of cross-FMP applications, or the identification of adaptive management approaches that could be applied across more than one FMP. Some examples of these kinds of approaches might be if-then tools, or analytical efficiencies such as programmatic environmental impact statements or EFP process revisions. And next, we have FMP-specific actions, where the Council could consider identifying a pilot FMP or a series of actions within an FMP for applying new or expanded tools and approaches. As noted in the project proposal, a key output of this project is the implementation of a specific management action or actions to be substantially completed by the end of the funding period in approximately 2027. All of these elements are intended to be situated within a framework of continuous process improvement as applied across a range of proposed actions, such that lessons learned from cross-FMP or FMP-specific applications can then feed back into the broader framework, adding to or refining the suite of tools and approaches available for the Council to consider. Next slide, please. There we go. Also, just as another refresher, I just wanted to run through the recent touch points that the Council has had on this particular project so far. Between September 2023 and September 2024, you received and discussed updates on the development of the Council's IRA proposals in general, and funding was received in September of last year, 2024. Then in December 2024, we hosted an all-advisory body kickoff series of meetings for each of the three special projects, including the Adaptive Management Project. At your March meeting, the Council had a discussion under a groundfish item about potential intersections between this project and several groundfish workload priorities. Also at that meeting, there was a discussion of coming back to the Adaptive Management Project at this meeting for a fuller discussion of opportunities to identify actions and next steps across all of the Council's FMPs and the project in general. In an effort to support the Council's discussion at this meeting, as mentioned in the agenda overview, Council staff put together a supplemental attachment that describes existing tools and approaches to increase flexibility and responsiveness in Council processes, including examples of challenges from each of the Council's FMPs, where new or expanded capacity for adaptive management could help or resolve or mitigate those challenges. And also as noted in the overview for this agenda item, that it's again just a sort of an initial take at that review with the expectation that something much more comprehensive could be undertaken as part of the project. And for today's discussion, the Council has an opportunity to review and discuss any advisory body input and public comment and consider identifying actions and next steps for this project. Next slide, please. And to that end, here again are your Council tasks for this agenda item as described in the situation summary. Consider adaptive management project updates, review and discuss opportunities to build additional adaptive management into the Council's FMPs, and provide initial guidance on priority issues and actions for consideration under the adaptive management project as appropriate. Next slide, please. In addition to these tasks, the Council may also want to consider some broader framing questions, such as what problem or problems does the Council wish to solve or address through this project? And a related question might be, what would the Council like to be adaptive to and how? For example, where will more responsive and timely decision-making help the Council improve its ability to manage in the face of rapidly changing conditions and a less predictable future? And also by way of an example, the slide here includes an excerpt from the adaptive management proposal that describes the need for faster management responses as a way to keep pace with existing and anticipated changes that happen on relatively short timescales. Next slide, please. And with that, I will wrap up this brief staff presentation, and thank you very much for your time, and I would be happy to take any questions that the Council may have.
All right, thank you, Gilly. Let me look around, see if there are any questions on the more detailed overview. Rebecca Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Ms. Lyons, for that presentation. I do appreciate that in the document there is reference to other FMPs. It's all the FMPs. My only concern is that in the note about what we'll be doing at this council is looking at advisory body input and consider and identify actions and next steps. Not all the advisory bodies have weighed in. Will there be an opportunity for that? I know that the FIW, for example, is meeting next week virtually, and they likely, well, there's overlap, as you already mentioned, with HMS, with the EFP review as well. So will there be opportunities for that? And we don't lock into just a specific list on the basis of these advisory bodies today. Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you very much for the question, Dr. Lent. Yes, the turnaround time between March and April was a little tight, but and I very much appreciate the question, and the topic of the adaptive management project was on each of the advisory bodies' agendas for this meeting, I believe with the exception of Salmon. And so there was a sort of kind of an expedited opportunity to sort of discuss. However, I would say that there will be, and we anticipate many more opportunities to keep discussing at the FMP and advisory body level. There will be, I think, iterative situations throughout the course of the project to add more as we go, if there is a decision to sort of start to zero in on things. And there's also, I think, this overarching piece around the broader framework that will be inclusive of a big look at all of the FMPs, in addition to other opportunities to build in flexibility. So that can be sort of running alongside anything else that happens.
Thank you, Ms. Lyons, and thanks for the reminder that, yes, this was part of the HMSAS. Thank you.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you.
Any other questions on that? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Vice. Thanks, Ms. Lyons. I was looking back at the initial grant applications, and thank you for taking us through this history here. And the initial application had said, to begin this effort, Council, NOAA GC, and NIMS staff, along with a contractor to help provide sufficient support for this project, would collaborate on a white paper. So I'm wondering, where are we with that? Is it still council staff intent to hire a contractor to help with this work? Is the white paper still the first step? Just thinking about the previous agenda item and where we were on that and looking to see where we are on this. Thank you.
Great. Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Ridings, for the question. There has been no RFP or effort to identify a contractor for this particular project yet. However, that is definitely one plan that will be, I think, a little bit more crystallized in the next little bit. And this would definitely be something that would, I think, benefit from contractor assistance. We anticipate being able to bring in some outside expert support for this with respect to maybe a few aspects of the project, but certainly that sort of that bigger picture look that is described in the project proposal and that was mentioned just now. So it would probably be a blend of council staff, maybe phoning friends in other various parts of our ecosystem, and also definitely contractor assistance. And I might look to Director Burden to see if he has any other thoughts on that, input on that.
Executive Director Burden.
Yeah, thank you. Let's see, where are we? Your question, Ms. Reddings, was in particular to the white paper. So one of the things that we had Dr. Dahl begin before he left was a first stab at that. And it's not ripe for public consumption at all, but it has given us a lot of what was in his mind, which was incredibly valuable, and has given us a lot of thought about how we can continue to move forward. What that white paper looks like depends on, in many ways, what you do here. But we've gotten a good start, and we have a good foundation from Kit's years of experience with this council.
Thank you. Other questions? Not seeing any. We can move into our reports on this then. First, we have the Groundfish Management Team, Mr. James Phillips. James, good morning.
Good morning, Council. Just verifying y'all can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed.
All right. For the record, my name is James Phillips with the Groundfish Management Team, and I'm going to be here today reading you the Groundfish Management Team report on adaptive management tools and challenges in West Coast fisheries. Groundfish Management Team supports the adaptive management project tools identified and objectives as outlined in Agenda C4, Supplemental Attachment 1, and recommends the Council continue moving forward with pursuing the adaptive management project. It's a GMT understanding that ideas in the adaptive management project consist of both general tools for all fisheries management plans and specific tools that address the needs of the Pacific Coast Groundfish Fisheries Management Plan. The GMT appreciates the GAP's proposal in March under their agenda item H8 Supplemental GAP Report 1 and agrees that many ideas discussed reflect options the Council could explore as part of this broader effort. While all FMPs will benefit from these efforts, groundfish fisheries would likely experience outsized benefits from the proposed tools and approaches to increase flexibility and responsiveness in the Council process. This is because groundfish seasons are year-round, and the groundfish FMP constitutes the bulk of the species under Council management. Furthermore, groundfish harvest specifications are set on a biennial cycle, which would benefit from additional in-season fisheries management tools. The GMT recommends the Council prioritize tools, measures, and approaches that would increase flexibility and adaptability in the groundfish and other FMPs. During the GMT's April 4 webinar, the team discussed the potential benefits outlined in the analytical efficiencies category, particularly utilizing a programmatic environmental impact statement, or a PEIS. It is the team's general understanding that a PEIS may be utilized to provide the necessary overarching NEPA analysis necessary for ongoing implementation of the groundfish FMP. Some information the Council typically sees as part of the biennial harvest specifications and management process may no longer be necessary for meeting NEPA requirements each biennial cycle if a PEIS sufficiently covers a wide range of possible scenarios. Strategically designed PEIS would benefit the biennial process by incrementally reducing the administrative burden each cycle of producing an extensive NEPA document. The procedure for developing a PEIS has been successful for other regions' fisheries. The GMT also expects that analytical efficiencies could reduce the risk of needing an emergency management measure. This is in itself is more efficient, as emergency management measures only last 180 days with the ability to extend an additional 180 days. The GMT supports further exploration into how a PEIS or other analytical efficiencies such as if-then tools could be utilized in the groundfish or other FMPs to reduce analytical work. And lastly, the GMT would just like to note that the term adaptive management can be used in multiple ways, and the way in which it was used in the context of agenda item C4 doesn't fully align with the formal academic concept of adaptive management. And this may cause some confusion for a reader, so in the future documents could clarify how it is defined in this context or use an alternative term like flexible management in the intent it is to mean being nimble and adaptive to external change or unforeseen circumstances. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Phillips on the Groundfish Management Team report? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you, Mr. Phillips, for reading the statement. When the GMT was talking about a programmatic EIS, just to make sure I'm clear and understanding what you're getting there, that's not just for the biennial harvest specifications and management measures process. That would be for the groundfish fishery as a whole, or is it the more specific to the specifications process? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mattis. Through the chair, I am by no means an expert on NEPA, but my understanding is a PEIS could be used as part of specs or through many aspects of the groundfish FMP to benefit. And yeah, so we did not intend it to be specifically only used in specs, which is, I believe, your question, but anywhere where a PEIS could be utilized more efficiently to manage the groundfish fisheries, the GMT would like some more information on that.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification.
Any other questions for the management team? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Vice. Thanks, Mr. Phillips. Based on your response to Lynn, I'm not sure if you're going to have the answer to this, but I thought I'd check, which is, it sounds like the PEIS you're envisioning was some sort of like a groundfish PEIS. Noting that it sounds like there was some discussion about other regions who have done this. Was there discussion about sort of an ecosystem level PEIS, or how that might be different or beneficial?
Thank you, Ms. Ridings. Through the chair, I do not recall a specific discussion about how a PEIS could be used in an ecosystem context. The GMT did not have a lot of time to discuss this topic during our webinar. However, I would think that the general team's consensus was that we're interested in this tool and all of the potential ways that it could benefit groundfish. So if as you're suggesting, ecosystem PEIS, I believe is how you described it, would be beneficial or could be utilized. That's something the team would be supportive of and would like to hear more about. Hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you. Any other questions? Not seeing any here. Thanks, James.
Thank you.
Next, we have the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report. It's either Jeff Lackey or Susan Chambers. Either one of you, who's going to give that?
Jeff Lackey here.
Thanks, Jeff. Please go ahead.
Yes, I'll be reading from Agenda Item C4A, Supplemental Gap Report 1 on Adaptive Management Work Plan and Update. The GAP recommends that groundfish be one of the focal fishery management plans examined through the Council Adaptive Management Project in order to look for methods to build flexible and adaptive tools into groundfish management framework. Groundfish would be a good test case to explore the project objectives, to identify innovations to council decision-making processes and operating procedures that will allow the council to develop, analyze, and adopt management actions and recommendations on timeframes that are more responsive to rapidly changing conditions. Because most groundfish actions, apart from in-season actions that have already been analyzed, take at least 2 council meetings to implement, there isn't currently much ability to respond to crisis quickly under the groundfish FMP. The council staff report attachment 1 provides examples of tools that can help streamline responsive decision-making and reduce workload, such as if-then tools used in other regions, pre-written frameworks for in-season action, and programmatic environmental impact statements that front-load analytical work and require less action-specific analysis. As part of the adaptive management project, the council could also consider looking back at COVID-19 or other emergencies and determining which tools, if any, would have been useful for the council to have in its toolbox before the crisis happened. The adaptive management project could include, but not limited to, supporting research into some of the harvest specifications flexibility items the GAP recommended at the March meeting, D1 through D4 and agenda item HA8 in the GAP report, and that council has shaded for the June agenda item H3 attachments 1 and 2 for April. These items clearly fall into the adaptive management project objectives. By building tools into the groundfish FMP up front that would enable the council to choose from a suite of timely response options beyond the current restrictive and time-consuming options available. Regardless of whether the adaptive management project could facilitate the funding and/or staff time to look into harvest specifications flexibility, the GAP recommends the harvest specifications flexibility scoping agenda item be unshaded for June 2025 council meeting and work continue on that agenda item as expeditiously as possible. And that concludes the report.
Any questions for Mr. Lackey on the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report? I see no hands. Thank you, Jeff. Next, we have the Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel report. Mr. Matt Everingham is here to give that. Welcome back up here, Matt.
Good afternoon. Thank you. The Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel believes that the CPS management can benefit from application of adaptive management approaches, broadly considering data sources such as catches, satellite data, and eDNA that can provide more timely and complete information on the status of CPS stocks could provide for better stock management. As this process moves forward, industry input should continue to be integrated into developing any new tools or frameworks. We're also encouraged by the Pacific Fishery Management Council's consideration of methods for removing southern subpopulation catches from the accounting of catch against the northern subpopulation of specification limits. We are hopeful that the Council will continue to pursue these efforts using adaptive management approaches until management can be revised to include all Pacific sardines off the U.S. West Coast. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions on the advisory subpanel report? And there's no questions. Thanks, Matt.
Okay, thank you.
And our last report here is the Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel. Michelle Conrad should be online to do that. Michelle?
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair Hassemer. I'm Michelle Conrad, and I'll be reading from Supplemental EAS Report 1. The EAS received an update from Ms. Gilly Lyons on the Adaptive Management Project. And we also reviewed the groundfish workload priorities and concerns expressed by the GAP in March and by members of the trawl industry in Supplemental Informational Report 3. We appreciate that there is interest in exploring adaptive management mechanisms for groundfish and also want to encourage other advisory bodies to provide their thoughts on priorities for other fishery management plans, which may align with the adaptive management project objective. We are concerned that other FMP advisory bodies may not be meeting in conjunction with the April Council meeting or may not have time on their agendas to fully consider how their respective FMP management processes may be made more responsive or flexible. While the CPS advisory bodies are meeting this week, their agendas are full of scheduled council decision items. They may not have the capacity at this meeting to fully consider potential priorities for adaptive management. For example, there are longstanding management issues with key CBS stocks, including the northern subpopulation of northern anchovy, Pacific mackerel, and Pacific sardine, which may benefit from focused attention external to the CPS management cycle and may be good candidates for consideration through the Adaptive Management Project. The EAS recommends that the Council identify priority topics for the Adaptive Management Project after other advisory bodies have had an opportunity to provide input and the Council has a better understanding of the scope of items for consideration. This will help ensure the key objectives of the project, i.e. how the councils and federal processes could better respond to rapidly changing environmental conditions, and the FBP goal to develop and implement strategies for improving flexibility and responsiveness to near-term climate shift and long-term climate change are met. To facilitate this, the EAS recommends the Council consider broadening the proposed agenda item for June that is currently focused on scoping for groundfish flexibility, or add a cross-FMP item to identify priority topics for the Adaptive Management Project across FMPs. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Any questions on the Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel report? And seeing no questions, again, thank you, Michelle. That completes all of our reports. We do have one public comment sign up, at least one I know. I'd like to take those before lunch to then give you time to digest all of this. Our sign up there is Merritt McRae. Merritt, are you available? Not online. Technical issues. All right. We will take a lunch break then before doing this and give Merritt time to work that out. So let's be back at 1 o'clock. All right. Apologize for the delay here. We're pretty well populated. Everybody's in the room here. And we are going to continue with agenda item as soon as my C4. And we were trying to get Merritt McRae connected for our public comment. Getting the thumbs up that you are connected, Merritt, and ready to go. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Hussamer and council members. I'm Merritt McRae, longtime Southern California charter boat operator and fisherman here. I just want to offer support for the gap statement under this agenda item, the gap statement under workload management in March, and the public comment that you received at the beginning of this meeting under specs called Specs Flex. I think these are very important issues. And I want to relate back to some of my earliest days. Let's see. I hope I'm on. Am I on? I got some weird report echoed back on my computer screen.
We're hearing you just fine here. Please continue.
Great. It was kind of scary for a moment. So I want to reflect back on one of my earliest times on the gap. And at that time, it was when the time-varying sigma was being first adopted. And so I looked at that, it looked to me like it was an attempt to improve the science that supported, implementing an appropriate buffer with respect to moving from the OFL to the ABC. And so I thought, well, shoot, so there should be more confidence in that science. That should open up an opportunity to increase this P-star level from what it currently is for a lot of the stocks. And so that often was like 0.45 or 0.40. So to 0.45 seemed pretty clear and available. But then when I started to ask about increasing it beyond 0.45, I was surprised to find out that it really wasn't available, even though it appeared to be available looking at the National Standard 1. So I'm really pleased to see that that's being considered. I believe there's an awful lot more flexibility under National Standard 1 than we've been able to take advantage of historically at the council. And those flexibilities really speak to being able to better meet the goals under National Standard 8. One of the things that I've noticed is that rather than striving for a stock complex optimal yield, what we've typically done, what the council has typically done, is to remove individual stocks from the complex when they need special attention. And that has actually resulted in reducing the optimal yield of the complex as a whole. And in some cases, it appears to be on a continuing basis, even once whatever stock it is completely rebuilt to target. So I'd like to encourage you as a council to think about as you move forward, to really consider the complex optimum yield for those co-occurring species where the complex really captures the idea that these fish within the complex are difficult to catch separately from one another, that they come up and come aboard all together in a way that it's really challenging to select one species over the other. So I think that's really important, considering the optimum yield of the complex as a whole. Thank you very much. That concludes my comment.
Thank you, Merritt. Questions for Mr. McRae on his testimony? And seeing no questions, again, thanks, Merritt.
Thank you.
That completes all of our reports. The public comment takes us to the council tasks. Very simple. Consider the updates, discussion on that and any initial guidance on priority issues and actions for consideration. We had a nice long lunch hour to think about that. So any hand to start the discussion on this topic? Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And if I may, I talked to a few people at lunch about this agenda item, and I just had a question for Ms. Lyons, if that would be acceptable. So here goes the question. In the summary materials, this was referenced as initial guidance. And I know, at least for the HMS folks, they initially thought that initial guidance was sort of the first bite at the apple rather than, hey, we're setting a full-scale course. So just hoping you can kind of clarify what the process will be moving forward in terms of additional guidance and where people can weigh in appropriately.
Illy?
Through the chair, thanks very much for the question, Ms. Svensson. I would say that yes, as the council tasks specify, this is initial guidance on this, some of the next steps on this project, and there will be additional updates and check-ins going forward. I believe the next one that's agendized is scheduled for September of this year. There's sort of a general cross-FMP item. I don't recall if it's shaded or not, but I believe it's on the September agenda regarding, it appears as FEP project updates, which is sort of a placeholder name for these projects. That would be another opportunity to check in, I believe, on all three of the projects at that juncture. But in general, the way this particular project is structured, the adaptive management project, is that it is, there's, going back to that sort of circular image in the slides, there's this sort of three-part sort of peace symbol kind of arrangement where there will be, we understand a sort of a body of work moving forward that looks at some bigger picture, sort of like how might we do things differently than we have, and that's going to be probably with the help of an outside contractor and other expert input, and will also be involving conversations with advisory bodies and perhaps even with the council as well, and definitely with council staff and others, and I think a lot of ideas are going to get generated through the development of that piece of work, but then simultaneously, perhaps, or concurrently, there will also, I think, be opportunities to think about other nearer term opportunities within specific FMPs to move forward. And so if there are challenges that people want to try to elevate. So I think that a few of those things are probably going to be a little bit braided together. But there will be definitely opportunities both on the year at a glance, but also potentially under individual FMP items as well. So yeah, I think there will be many bites at this large and shiny apple.
Thank you.
Rebecca Len. First, let Executive Burden also chime in on that.
Yeah, thank you. Apologies, Dr. Lent, for stepping in front of you, but I do think that as with most of our work, there will be times and places where we are, iterating between the analytical team and the council. But I would just like to remind everyone that we do have a pretty hard deadline here. We do expect to have funding available through 2027, but that anticipates that we get an extension. So we do need to make headway, and that does depend on us saying, here's a general course that we want to pursue, and then we can iterate within that course. And what exactly that looks like, I guess we'll talk about that here. But I do feel the need just to remind everyone that we have to make headway. We received the funding late, and we are in a place where we have a project deadline that doesn't seem too far away at the moment.
Rebecca Len.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Ms. Svensson, for raising the issue of HMS and the others who might not have had a chance to weigh in. And I had an opportunity to ask Ms. Lyons just before we started meeting about the third project formerly known as IRA. And I assume that'll be on the agenda next week for the FIW meeting. But that project also has some potential cross-cutting opportunities. So will it be brought to the full council as the plans are developed? Thank you.
Gilly, you want to tackle that one?
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Through the chair, thank you, Dr. Lent, for the question. Yes, well, it's interesting because the way the work being done under that particular project, much of it is being brought forward by the Fisheries Innovation Work Group, the ad hoc committee, and its focus on both the HMS roadmap and the HMS EFP process and framework under COP20. And so interestingly, that a lot of that work will show up. I haven't looked specifically at the year, or I don't have the year at a glance as well in my head as I should, but that work will oftentimes show up under an HMS item because of its being sort of housed within the FIW charge at the moment. But there's also another prong of it related to dynamic ocean management tools and ways of being able to integrate some of those tools into some of the council's work, even more so than is currently done. And that, I believe, that sort of the next time that prong of it shows up, I want to say is the November 2025 meeting. So I should say first and next time, because it hasn't been a standalone issue yet, as far as I remember, for the council. So there's a couple of places on the year at a glance where I think you'll see those pieces from Project 3. I'm using air quotes, but what we have been calling Project 3, IRA Project 3, which is the bycatch reduction mitigation and EFP and dynamic ocean management piece. So I hope that's somewhat helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Don't mean to be pedantic on this, but we need to come up with some common language of what we're calling these projects. I was looking at the year at a glance in the June and September, and I saw the FEP initiatives on one of them, and I wasn't sure if that was follow up on what our ecosystem work group has been using or what is no longer called IRA, et cetera. Not something we have to finagle here on the floor of wordsmithing that, but some common language so people who I consider myself pretty involved in this and somewhat in the know, and I was struggling what that one was about. So if we can get some common language of what these projects are now called, that will help our public and all of us know what we're talking about and when. And if I may, a couple more comments, Mr. Vice Chair. Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Supportive of continuing this work. I know there's some specific examples that are floating around out there. We need to keep the broad look too, as well as those very specific examples that keep coming up. Because what we're doing now isn't working for all of our fisheries. So hopefully through this process, we can find some solutions to be more timely and reactive to what we're doing. I really like the if-then statements being put into things. We use that in the halibut catch sharing plan. If this point is reached, then we do this action. It still isn't instantaneous. It still takes us a couple of weeks, but it doesn't require a council meeting. So that is, if we can somehow build something in that and be legally allowed to use that for groundfish or CPS, that could be helpful. A programmatic EIS, that would be a whole lot of work up front to hopefully create some efficiencies, both in council time and in our management as we move forward. Just based on some experience with the tiered specs EIS from back in 2015 or so, we need to think broadly. We thought we were being extremely broad in some of our thinking of like canary rockfish. Oh, we'll never have an ACL above like 500 metric tons. And the next assessment comes out and it was 1,500 metric tons was what the ACL could be. So one pitfall and one challenge we'll have to do is making sure we're thinking broad enough, maybe even broader than we've been doing, to make that tiered process or that programmatic EIS and being able to work under that umbrella. It was a whole lot of work up front, but it did make the next couple of spec cycles a little easier because we could tier off of what we had done previously. So thank you.
Other hands? Discussion? Asia Shumalo.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I don't want to cut off discussion, but I have a motion when folks are ready.
Seemed like we were in a pause in discussion, so let's hear it.
Great. Guys, pull it up. Yeah, this might help people discuss. And I notice, wondering if before I read it too, can you add the word guidance between following and statement in the first sentence? Okay. So I move the council adopt the following guidance statement for its flexible and adaptive management project. Develop an action plan for exploring and implementing the general tools for increasing flexibility and adaptive management identified in Agenda Item C4A, Supplemental Attachment 1, as well as other tools in all of the council's FMPs. The focus should be on increasing the council's ability to quickly respond to environmental changes and unexpected and unintended events. Include exploration of ways to improve timeliness of fishery-independent and fishery-dependent data streams, and include local and tribal knowledge. Prioritize the groundfish FMP for this evaluation. And then for any tools developed prior to completing this report, for example, the groundfish harvest specifications flexibility action, consider benefits across other Pacific Fishery Management Council FMPs and concurrently amend those FMPs if appropriate.
Thank you. As I followed along, the language appeared accurate and complete. Do you agree?
Yes, I agree.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Krista Svensson. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So I'll just start by saying I appreciate the comments that the groundfish fishery pulled together and offered at the beginning of this meeting. I also really appreciate the Ocean Conservancy paper that was offered in public comment too. I think both set us up really well and provided a really good backdrop for me to think about how to structure a motion around this dedicated funding. I appreciate Gilly's presentation at the beginning of this too, and just the reminder that there's a lot of work that's been done already that we could use as a foundation for this. Lynn just mentioned thinking broadly enough, and I think there are some places like the Council's Climate and Communities Initiative where we did some broad thinking that was outside of the bounds of numbers too, that could help sort of inform that broad thinking in the future. So I just want to make sure that we end up pointing back to all of that in thinking about this action. The goal with my motion and planning specifically for specifications flexibility is balancing strategic evaluation. So that's the first line in my motion with the longstanding need that we have in a lot of our fisheries. So there's a lot of need that appears urgent. I think we had that in the discussion this morning for CPS. There appears to be this urgency around the issue of setting stock structure. There appears to be urgency around short spine and canary for the groundfish fisheries, but those are actually issues that have been persistent for years and years and years. And so we're getting to this point where, again, across sides of the spectrum, we're now agreeing that we need to step back and put a little pre-planning into the way we do things so that we're not managing piecemeal or responding to emergencies in the same way. I really loved the peace sign circle that Gilly put in her presentation. Displaying that it's this balance between an overall look, things that can happen in a lot of places and things that can happen only in one place. So I think if we think of that, these pieces can all fit together, and we won't leave anyone out in that way. So if we scroll back up, my first bullet, so that is meant to acknowledge that there are great ideas in the staff paper, but there are other ideas that bring to the table. And I want this action, or this look at everything to be inclusive of, like, again, the work that we've done before, other ideas that are out there, and the ideas that we considered in this discussion. The first sub-bullet, that references both environmental changes, and that's consistent with the language that's in the initial IRA, project formerly known as IRA. And then there's this other line, this unexpected and unintended events line that I've added in. And for me, that is inclusive of things that my experience here on this council has been that there have been things that have, like, walloped us that we weren't expecting. To me, the pandemic comes to mind right now. Market changes come to mind. So to me, the driver doesn't matter so much as the fact that we're equipping ourselves to respond to a number of different things that could happen. And that the council can react quickly to support managing our stocks and helping out the fishing communities that we support. The data sub-bullet, so the second sub-bullet, is meant to just really reference our changing financial world, and that I know that the council doesn't have control necessarily of the data streams that NOAA collects or that are available, but that just acknowledges that there is our ability to manage quickly does depend on our ability to get information that supports our management choices. And so this is really just to say, like, we should be seeking, if we're limited in money, be smart about how we're gathering data, and then bring in the community a little bit more into how that data is collected. So yeah, pulling in tribal knowledge when it's possible, pulling in citizen science if it's possible. I heard the South Atlantic Council was doing, and earlier this meeting, I heard that the South Atlantic Council was considering a citizen science type initiative that I think we should try to reach out to them and look at to see if we can think about how to incorporate that kind of information into our system as well. And then in the fishery independent data, I know that NOAA has long talked about things like autonomous vehicles, eDNA, that don't require as much funding as the survey platforms, but just a nod to the fact that we should be thinking about how that stuff can help us too here. The third sub-bullet, prioritize groundfish, because it's my favorite. Just kidding, it's not. That is not why. I do agree with the GMT that it is the most. It's the fishery that I see right now that has the most potential to receive outsized benefits from this exploration. But I do think that there's, of course, places that we can apply a lot of this thinking to other FMPs too. I just see a big chance for it in groundfish right now. And then I also am thinking about some things that are going on in other FMPs. Again, Rebecca pointed out that HMS has this additional entire IRA focused project focused on it that does overlap with this as well. But I think that some of the thinking and effort is going on over there for that FMP. CPS, we talked this morning about the need to really focus in on stock structure for sardine. So for me, that ranks in priority over thinking of applying for tools here. I think we should ultimately think about CPS a lot more deeply around these issues, because CPS is the most like groundfish in its management style. But I do think that they have other problems that we need to address for them first. And then, yeah, I recognize that the international and co-management structures for salmon and HMS do make it a little bit different from what we have the latitude to take care of in the groundfish and CPS FMP. So with that in mind and the needs for the groundfish FMP around some of the species that it's dealing with, I think it makes it a good candidate for the first focal look, or for one of the first passes at this. And then I wanted to address specifically, because I think there has been confusion during this meeting and a lot of comments. Again, the public comments from the groundfish fishery at the beginning of the meeting were really tied to the specifications flexibility action. There's a lot of lack of clarity around the overlap between that and other initiatives. I tried to keep this motion, or this guidance motion, clean and just focus on what this study should be itself. But I do intend under H3, when we're talking about workload, to really push forward on that specifications flexibility action. So again, thinking of Gillies peace sign, this is the place where we're doing the overarching look. That is a specific action for one FMP that could be really helpful to them right now. It also may be helpful to multiple FMPs. And so I think I'm asking us to do a couple kinds of thinking at once, and really believe that we're not leaving anybody out if we look in one place. And I think, one thing I've been mulling over as we've been walking around the hallway too and talking about this is that I think council staff, it'll be really attendant on them to, if there are places where it might take us, sort of noticing things as cross FMP, even if they concern a single management plan, if there's a possibility that there are like parts of that action that could ultimately help other FMPs in the future, or just really drawing those other FMPs into the conversation a little bit more so that we can think through how to efficiently manage things for them as well. I did, as we've been mulling this over again, there was a South Atlantic Council FMP that includes all of the tools that the groundfish, that the GAP put forward in workload planning last time, and the South Atlantic Council was able to amend 3 FMPs in a single action to add those flexibilities in. They did it in a really elegant way. I think that specific flexibility action could happen really quickly for our groundfish fishery if we design the action with some similarities to the setup there, and in that way could quickly put those tools in the toolbox for other FMPs. Without, again, creating outsized workload, detracting from benefits that could be felt in other places too. So there's a lot already out there that's been done, and we should be grafting off of all of that as we think through this section. So, and I welcome counters to how I've framed this. This was just meant to be a starting pass at discussion, and eager to hear your thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Asia. Before we get to discussion, any questions for clarification on the motion? Rebecca Land, then I'm guessing Corey Ridings. Rebecca.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And Ms. Ridings may have some of the same question. Can you go back to the top just to make sure, I just want to make sure I understand some terms in here. The top talks about develop a guidance statement. Okay, and then the first bullet says develop an action plan. And then going on down, it says prioritize groundfish for this evaluation. So there's guidance, report, evaluation, and then the final bullet talks about tools. For any tools developed prior to completing the report. So can I just get clarification on what those terms, particularly report and tools? Thank you so much for the motion.
Of course, yeah, thank you. And thanks for that question too. So the very first block, the guidance statement is meant to be all the bullets below. So that's our guidance statement. So what we're adopting, I think, is the first and second bullet and the sub bullets in between. That first bullet and its sub bullets, in my mind, are a report that covers. So if we go back to Gilly's diagram, where there's overarching reports, cross FMP things, and then individual things, I view that first bullet as that overarching report, that overarching look at everything. And I'm asking in those sub bullets though to think about groundfish as I think we're going to have to talk about these things in practicality as we move through this report. This is my vision for it. I think we're going to have to get into a little bit of detail to think through how this would work. And I'm saying that the groundfish fishery could provide a good example space to look at these concepts because, and yeah, I discussed this a little bit, but it's the most traditional Magnuson FMP that we have. People may argue with that, but I think it's the most traditionally set up to fit into this, other than CPS. But again, I think CPS has some other issues there. And then the tools part of it is the specs flex action. I envision that as being a single FMP action. And so that is, so again, in the circle, in the peace sign, single, cross FMP, and overarching. So that final bullet is the tools one is a single FMP action potentially, unless there's an opportunity in that case to extend some of the tools that we put into place in another FMP. And one thing that comes to mind, for example, is the phase-in reduction of quotas across multiple years for years when there's a quota reduction. That's a tool in a toolbox that could go in the CPS or groundfish FMP and should be a fairly easy addition to those FMPs. I don't actually know offhand how the FMPs are set up for both and whether or not there's reg language necessarily that's there, but that can either exist as like a single FMP action if we decide that that tool isn't useful for other things, or it could be in that multi-cross FMP area of the peace sign if the council determines that it's the kind of change that should be implemented in that other place as well. And so, yeah, I was trying, yes, thank you for those questions. I was trying to like navigate the that circle. Gilly put together that circle separate for, I did not see it until today. And I was like, ooh, that's the way, like, that's a good way of looking at it. So I really like that display because it does really crystallize for me in my head where I want different things to sit.
Thank you. Corey Ridings, then I'll look to my left. Corey.
Thanks, Vice. Thanks, Ms. Shimilo, for getting us started and bringing this out. This is really helpful. My first question, I think, is a little bit like Dr. Lentz, so I just wanted a little more additional clarification. And if the Tower of Power could scroll back to the top. So I have a little bit of confusion over, we have a motion to adopt a guidance statement. And typically those things are a little bit different in this process. And I know that words are sometimes or are frequently, depends on their context. So I'm wondering if you could provide us with a little bit of clarity about your intention around, in this context, what is a guidance statement?
This is not, this is a case where I don't really, I didn't come into the situation with a specific intent around that necessarily. Like I know that typically we put guidance statements up and we just agree on them, and just wordsmith them together. I thought that there might be some disagreement here, and so I wanted to do it in a motion so that we could, kind of capture that disagreement appropriately and discuss it the right way. It was more to force it into a process for discussion than anything else, but not. I didn't do it with any intention. If there's a different way that it should be done and you guys think that we should not do it as a motion and just wordsmith the guidance statement, open to that too.
Corey.
So a sort of related follow-up question, which is just another question on the wording and intention. The words action plan you've used here. We also kind of already have the grant application, which lays out a process and a timeline and some, I'm not sure if the word deliverables is used, maybe objectives. So how do you envision, so I think this is asking staff to develop this action plan. So how do you envision that action plan dovetailing with sort of the existing grant application and the timeline and the items that are in there?
I'd have to go back and look at that, but my thought was that some of the tools that come out of this action plan will require FMP amendments, may require COP adjustments, that kind of thing. And so what I'm looking for is council staff to say, here's the time over which we think that we can complete the work to enact the things that we're coming up with, or here's our recommendation for how that work should flow. Because there wasn't any I'm imagining again, I'd have to look back at the action plan that was laid out in the grant proposal. But I'm imagining at the time there wasn't, I mean, part of why we're here discussing this is because there probably wasn't specificity around what exactly those tools would be. And so I think we're at the point now where we're like, this is what this looks like. These are the kinds of things we might consider in specific FMPs, and here's how we would need to do that, like rulemaking and actual COP adjustment wise. And so, yeah, the difference I see is like this one is refining specific FMP amendments, specific changes to the way that we do things, and coming up with a plan for how the council would take that up and review it. And again, I think this kind of goes to the discussion of like using the groundfish FMP in this case. You can't really do that planning around how to implement those things without really thinking, like you need an example thing to think through. We can talk in non-specifics about phase-in ABC control rules, for example. But until you're actually applying it to the FMP and actually thinking through how that would play out for the species that you're thinking about, then you can't really say how that would flow through the council process, how NOAA would pick it up for rulemaking, where we'd actually implement those things. So my idea here is like it's really like the extension and refinement of whatever was in that document before around an actual example.
Corey?
Thanks, Vice. Thanks, Mr. Milo. That's helpful to sort of understand the intent in your thinking. One sort of thing around that, and it sounds like, we haven't, that grant application, maybe you haven't looked at it in a hot moment, but just like part of that was to say, a quote from there was, the outcome is a decision-making framework. And so I'm hearing you say, I think, yes, okay, let's think about specifics. It is my hope that this work still does do a more larger FMP, more inclusive framework that we can then apply to each FMP and get tools sort of from that direction, so to speak. Does what you're suggesting here fit with that, or am I describing something that is not what you had in mind in terms of the relationship between the tools and the action plan versus our stated sort of outcome for a decision-making framework?
Through the vice chair, thank you. Yes, that I think those match. I think that there's I think there's good synergy between what you were describing was in the RFP and what I'm thinking about too. And so I keep talking about this outside of here as packing a go bag, and I still think that analogy works well. But like, if we plan through the kinds of things that could go in a go bag, and I think that list of items that was included in the supplemental attachment 1, that is a list of the type of things, the type of changes that we could make. And I think from there flows through like, okay, within this FMP, here are things that are appropriate, and here are how they could fit here's how we could go forward with implementing that set of things for this FMP. Here are the things that fit in this case. And so I would hope that the end result of this would be some look where we're able to drill down through the specifics of each FMP and think about the practicality of applying any tool that we come up with overall across other places as well. I've also, one other thing I want to say that wasn't really included in this motion. It is a little bit included in the final bullet point of this motion, where I'm saying, like, if you find a thing that works here for efficiency, do it in this other place too. I think that is a way of being more than just to me, that's the language you used was a decision-making framework, but to me, it's like if we decide that if the council decides that what we're doing is trying to prepare our FMPs to deal with shocks to the system wherever those shocks come from, then that thinking should be pervasive through how we choose what to take up, what plans we choose to make. So I do think that there is a framework thinking that comes out of this over top of everything. It's saying like, it's our business to create resilience for these fisheries. And so, we use that overarching thinking to guide how we dig into our FMPs and how we adjust them in the future. So, I do think that there's synergy between what I'm describing here and what you were describing was in the plan before. I'd have to go back and look at it a little bit more closely though.
Thank you. Let me look to my right. This is a wide room, so it's hard to go back and forth. Questions for clarification? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Vice. Sorry, I didn't want to jump in front of somebody else again. Mr. Miller, you spoke to this in a couple different ways. I just wanted to have clarity on this because this was brought up in our open public comment, and clearly there's a lot of folks interested in it, which is this groundfish specifications flexibility. And can you tell me a little bit more about what you think the relationship is? Because here it seems like if we scroll down, sorry, Tower of Power, I think it's the last bullet point, which you said was sort of separate in response to Dr. Lent's question, and just saying, okay, for any tools developed prior to completing this report, and then you use that as an example, consider the benefits across other FMPs, which makes sense to me. And then something you said in response to Dr. Lent made me think maybe I misunderstood that. Could you just provide a little bit more clarity on that relationship?
Yeah, I'll try to say it again. So again, the thing that's sticking in my head is the peace sign. The first bullet is the overarching framework part of the peace sign. There's the cross FMP part, and then there's the single FMP changes part. So to me, the specs flex action, the way I think the way that industry is thinking about it maybe right now, the way that it came up under the groundfish discussion in the gap was as a single FMP adjustment. However, there are tools in that they wanted to think about and concepts that they're looking for that could be beneficial to some of the other FMPs. I don't think that they are beneficial to all of the FMPs. I watched Salmon play out this week. I am still, frankly, surprised at how, it is a very intense process. It is very different from my experiences around other FMPs. And I think that I wouldn't even know where to start with adjusting and tinkering with that. And so and this is strictly speaking in terms of traditional management structures that come under Magnuson. I'm looking at FMPs that are shaped like that. CPS and groundfish come to mind as easy places where the same concept could apply in both places. So in a case with like the specifications flexibility action, again, something like phase-in ABC control rules might be easily applied in CPS. And in that case, we could pull that item out and amend the COPs or the FMP amendment text to cover that tool in both cases. So in that case, we could do changes that would push that action into cross FMP. But there are other changes too. If we decided, like carryover, for example, if carryover really only worked for groundfish, was really only helpful there, that would fall in the single FMP quadrant of this kind of, or the high piece of this kind of work, and it wouldn't apply over in other areas. So I think, yeah, I recognize that there are going to be logistic challenges to scoping something as we're not going to be able to scope something as a single FMP action and then flip it over to be a multi-FMP action later. We might have to do a little hard thinking about how to balance that if there are tools that we think in scoping match both places. But I think that, yeah, to me, it's think of a tool, think of whether it's helpful in one FMP or multiple FMPs. And I think that's what shunts it out into either the cross FMP or single FMP area. And then again, the overall thinking for what this is in that third piece of the pie.
Corey.
Thanks, Vice. Thanks, Mr. Miller. That's very helpful. I guess just getting down to sort of procedure, I appreciate what you just outlined conceptually. That makes a lot of sense to me. Procedurally, it sounds like what would be included is separate under a groundfish item that I think it's agendized for the next meeting. And we're talking about that, I would guess, tomorrow. And you indicated when you first talked to this that you are planning to support that is sort of a separate item, and that you're just saying, hey, if and when we do that, let's think about these other FMP applications of those tools as we get down the road on those items. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's accurate. And yeah, again, I think Krista raised this earlier, that there are some things about the other IRA project that look adaptive management-y. And so I think once we write up our successes under this effort, we might say like, hey, we made these changes that are also like that also look like this. So I think there are all these ways that I think a lot of things probably can fall under this banner, but it's just, I think to me the difference is like how we move forward with them, whether we move forward with them in a single place or if we move forward with them in multiple places at one time. I think the discussions around EFPs too, and the I think there are probably some discussions around adjusting the COPs for EFPs under the other IRA agenda item. If they come up with some efficiencies, then like let's do them in other places. Like I don't see. I think this should. What I was saying about like the systems thinking of it is that everywhere where we can find efficiency, we should be pushing it out into other places. We should push good ideas into other places whenever it's possible. I do see this rhetoric too of like, I feel like we throw shade at the other FMPs sometimes when we're like, well, we don't do that way over here, but sometimes we could do some things the other way in some other place if they're good ideas. Like I think we should be better at just honoring that, like maybe somebody else is doing things better and let's steal that idea over here to make things more efficient. So it's meant to go in all different directions and across a lot of different actions.
Any other questions for clarification? Keep going.
Thanks, Vice. Thanks, Ms. Shamilo. Just really appreciate you providing this kind of deep thinking about where this is coming from. There's, you did a great job. There's like not that many words on the page, but a lot of thinking went into this. So I think it's really important to get that out. I have a specific question about the line you have here and including local and tribal knowledge. Just thinking about that and what you mean by tribal knowledge and if that has a connection to indigenous knowledge and what you were thinking about those concepts. I just feel it's important that we recognize indigenous knowledge as its own set and different from local or on the water knowledge potentially. So looking to just hear some clarifications from you on what you were thinking about those words.
Good Chair, thank you. I was meaning to be inclusive of all kinds of knowledge that aren't collected through our very, our state federal means. So it's meant to say we're going to have to reach out to a lot of different places to pull in information in these times. So if there are ways to gather information and to honor that there are different ways of understanding what's happening with the ecosystem that may help us make decisions about our FMPs, that we should strive to try to pull those in. And yeah, a lot of this started with, you might have heard questions that I offered earlier this week with citizen science. I was thinking there initially that, we've had, now out in industry, I've heard cases where people are like, I'm doing this thing, or I'm out there, I can pick this information up for you. And I think that there are a lot of, it's not just our fishermen out on the water, it's a lot of other people who can offer information that might be useful to how we think about our systems. And so what I was hoping to do here is to say, like, let's use this chance to also think about different ways of understanding our world so that we can respond quickly to it. And I don't know what will come of this one. This one is just a sort of what ideas are out there. To be more clear, initially I was thinking through what I heard earlier this week about the South Atlantic Fishery Management Council doing a deeper exploration of how to bring citizen science into their management system. But out here, the citizenry and the stakeholders look a little bit different. So I was trying to broaden that scope a little bit in this item. I'm open to wording differences too, if you think something else is clearer.
Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'll give Ms. Writing's voice a break for a moment. Although my question, I'm not 100% positive if it's a clarifying question or if it should be part of discussion. Trying to figure out what is meant by improved timeliness of data streams. So I'm not sure if that's part of discussion or clarification.
We've had a lot of questions for clarification, a lot of explanation of that. Let's just transition into discussion, and if that includes questions, please ask them, but let's hash this item out so we thoroughly vet it. So go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Chair, for the guidance, and hopefully Ms. Shmilo remembers the question I just asked.
Yeah, timeliness. I think I was thinking when I wrote that, I was thinking about, again, I have a very groundfish lens with this. It's really just recognizing that, yeah, we sometimes get into assessments and don't have data processed in the way that we should to incorporate into assessments, or all of the pieces that we need to make the best decisions. And so, or we have data sources that we don't think about ahead of time in order to vet them, to incorporate them into our management structure. And so what I mean by timeliness is thinking through how to make sure that we have information that we can use to adjust management in the system at the time that we need it. Part of why this is guidance is because I don't know what that's going to totally look like yet. And the answer might be like, we can't do this. This isn't possible right now, or it's not possible within the scope of this. But I would like to think through, are there ways and types of information that we can incorporate to augment how well we can manage things? And can we get them into the system in time for us to make good decisions? So I'm open to thoughts on what that looks like. I wanted to make sure that we were covering the data side of things as well as the management system side of things.
Thank you for the additional information.
All right, thank you. Questions and/or discussion on the motion? Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I will be I will be supporting. There we go. I've gotten discombobulated with all the conversation. But I will be supporting the motion, and thank you for the discussion that has gone on in terms of questions and clarification. And also thank you, Asia, for putting this together in terms of guidance for moving forward. I am appreciative of the fact that it is relatively holistic, which when we sort of were putting Project 2 and a number of these projects together, it was a holistic look at things of how can we do better for as many people in this process as we possibly can. So this was not necessarily geared towards a specific FMP, but how do we get as many people help as quickly as possible based upon some of the examples you gave today of different FMPs. Really, that is kind of the heart and soul of this. When it comes to the third sub-point in terms of prioritizing groundfish, I am supportive of that as well. And I want to say thanks to Sarah and Heather and Jamie for really going out and doing the groundwork and a lot of the thinking on this, but also for being inclusive. I mean, that wasn't just commercial folks. That was fixed gear. It was motherships. It was CPs. It was mixed gear. It was, everybody across the board on the commercial sector. It was a variety of recreational types. It was, I think charter might have been in there as well. I mean, it was basically all of groundfish saying, hey, we're interested in having this conversation. So I think using them kind of as a sandbox, for lack of a better term, which is how we described HMS when we were starting on the process for Project 3, makes a lot of sense because the need is there. You brought up HMS and Project 3. I've heard that come on the floor a couple of times today. Because we have a lot of new people in here, I do want to talk for just a second on it, even though it is a little off topic, so I hope you don't mind indulging me. When we started that discussion, it came from HMS, and it was our process around EFPs is not working. It focused then on, we have an opportunity in the world of HMS to go out for potentially somewhere, the last time I gave the numbers, and I did not run them today, for between $50 and $100 million of what is essentially new money. These are fish that are out there that we have the ability to catch but we do not have a path through the council process to allow people to really capitalize on the opportunity. And that is different than what we see in groundfish, where people have the assets and we are looking on how do we create more opportunity for them. That being said, when we discussed EFP permits, at the very beginning, before it became an HMS topic, it was, hey, we've got trouble with EFPs in groundfish. We have difficulty at times with EFPs in CPS. So maybe we have an overarching EFP topic. That has morphed, like I say, based upon the need around we have an opportunity. We've had more than just HMS fishermen show up to listen to what it is we're doing on Project 3, because it doesn't take necessarily an HMS fisherman to go out and get a swordfish, but it does take a fisherman. It does take the opportunity. So I think, similar to how we're talking about Project 3, I don't want people to think of that as it's only an HMS project, but I do want them to think about it under the lens of HMS because of that new opportunity for fishermen up and down the coast, for coastal communities that I think most of us could use even a small part of that amount, dollar-wise, coming in our doors. I want to talk for a second here about our executive director's comments around we have a deadline. I agree, we do have a deadline. We also agendize this as initial guidance. When talking to HMS folks, they used a Kit Dahlism of we thought it was a nothing burger. This rolled forward in March, I think, for salmon people, and I didn't talk to salmon people, but their primary focus is on setting their salmon season. So I do think that it is appropriate, if we need to course correct, that we have that opportunity moving forward. I think those are probably the majority of my comments, with the exception of just one little piece that's been nagging at me a little bit this week, and that is I've heard an awful lot about CPS and groundfish, and we use the same management strategies. And I just want to urge some caution around CPS. CPS is a small forage fish, but it is certainly not a short belly-sized hole that we should be jamming it in. And so when we're thinking about CPS, they may have different issues that come forward and need to be addressed, and that we need to think about it using their own framework, because while the terminology may be the same, they may not be using it the same, and we need to create space and opportunity for them the way that is appropriate for them. So with that, I will close my comments, but thank you for the motion, and thank you for everyone who has worked on this.
Further discussion? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and I too will be supporting this and really appreciate all the work that Ms. Shamilo put into working on this. I know I've had several meetings with you over the last few days, as well as many others have. So while it may seem a little short in text, there's a lot of thought and work that went into this. When this first showed up, the last sub-bullet that showing there prioritized the groundfish FMP for this evaluation. When I first read that, I was contemplating doing an amendment to the motion, which I'm not going to do, but adding groundfish and CPS for this evaluation. Based on the discussions, the clarifying questions, how some of the other language is written, I don't know that that step is needed. The language seems to be broad enough, and especially the last bullet there, that consider benefits across other FMPs. I think that does cover it. I think trident, I don't think it's trident, it would be the right word. The three-piece pie that Gilly showed, I do think this, as it's written, addresses and provides the flexibility to be at that 100,000 foot level, the 25,000 foot level, and then the 10,000 foot level, the groundfish specific FMP, et cetera. And hopefully we will learn some things using groundfish as our test case in this case. And then it may be tough for groundfish, but maybe it'll be a little easier to incorporate some of these things. But just thank you for all of the work, and I really do appreciate the discussions and the questions that have been happening here on the floor this afternoon.
Thank you, Lynn. Chair Penninger, then look around for other hands.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair Hassemer. I've got a favorite quote. I think it's kind of very applicable to where we're at here. We have rules for a reason. And the rules aren't important. It's the reason why we have the rules. And unfortunately, the rules get in the way of actually getting things done the way we'd like to have them done within the biological constraints we have before us. AJ, I want to thank you for your motion, right? Can you give us a good direction here for move forward in this? The fact that we can't move carry fish that have already been declared dead in the stock assessment forward is pretty frustrating for fishermen, especially in the IFQ system. You see quota pounds come up. I know we left 25,000 pounds of petroleum in our account when we to a new area and we hung into a sunken ship, whatever, and lost our net and didn't have time to get a different net to go get the fish. That fish is stranded. Money not going to the community, crew. A lot of reasons for that, weather. But it's not just IFQ fishery that gets stranded. It's the states get stranded because we never fish up to the amount of fish we should be able to land just because we don't want to go over. So inherently, we're stranded fish every year. I'm looking at California last year. It's going through the CDFW report from March, the in-season report as far as from 224 and 10,000 pounds of yelloweye, 140,000 pounds of black rockfish, 120,000 pounds of canary, 500,000 pounds of lingcod. I'm not saying we're going to catch it all, but it's certainly nice to have those fish available, given the scenario we've had with the salmon season in California. So I know that the spec flex discussions we had at the last council meeting generated a lot of excitement. I thought maybe hope would be a better word for it within the groundfish sector. And I think that that hope transcends to some fisheries, but not all. Obviously, groundfish is a simple one because of stocks live a long time. And I think there's a little flexibility with the stock that lives a long time. Some stocks are reassessed every year. Whiting, for instance. But whiting has a lot of stocks. They catch with that. They could definitely benefit here. So I'm hoping. Well, I like this motion because it's starting to look at what are the options. And, some people, we can't do this or we can't do that. I'm not sure what we can't do or can do yet. I think it's a good chance to look at that, see what's available, what's possible. And within the biological constraints that have been set before us, we can certainly live with those. And I think we certainly do justice to the people we serve, the communities we serve, the fleets, if we could find some better ways to get the fish to them while staying with those biological limits that we want to see. So anyway, thank you, Asia. Appreciate this. And thank you for the leadership at the council as far as when they came up with this IRA proposal. I think it was very broad encompassing. It was looking forward as far as options to make things better because they see that things could be better. And I think we should be striving for that. So anyway, thank you and appreciate that. And I'll be voting for the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Penninger. And not to correct you, but maybe to help the body in this transition, every so often I'll remind you there's special project proposals. Lynn Mattis trying to get our wording consistent here. On this side, I believe I had Sharon Kiefer and then Rebecca Lent, so we'll go in that order. Sharon.
If the Tower of Power could please scroll up a little bit, please. And come down just a little bit. To me, I like the motion. It seems to build upon the fact that we have a staff report that did certainly not comprehensively all the tools they found in their search, but certainly did lay out some general tools to kind of give us kind of a picture of, some of the types of things that would be coming forward to consider and look at applicability, I think, for this project. What I stumbled a little bit on the include exploration of ways to improve timeliness of the fishery independent and fishery dependent, because to me, those are actions that would then enable tools, but I don't look at that as the tool. Do you see what I'm saying? But so that's how I think about that. I think it's appropriate to include it, but I think about it in terms of that context, that having that timeliness is what is going to really amplify and enable the flexibility and adaptive tools. So, because I'm looking at things like, she talks, Gilly in her report talked about FMP framework, some other types of things. Those would be significantly amplified if we had more timely data streams. So I just wanted to kind of provide some insight in terms of how I am interpreting that particular component of the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you again, Ms. Schmiller, for the proposal, for the motion, and thank you for addressing so many questions. What I like about this is that it is clearly stating that groundfish FMP makes for a good test case, particularly since things are kind of locked and loaded in the pipeline. It keeps it open to making it more generic. I mostly appreciate that this is how we get started. And we do need to get started on all three of these, I have to use the right word, projects. And once we get started, then we will have the proof of the pudding, and we'll know where and when and how to share, as Ms. Lyons said. I think it's exciting. We need to get started. So thank you for that proposal. I will support it. Thank you.
Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Vice. Just a few things thinking about as this conversation has moved on. I just want to sort of reiterate some of the things I've heard around having the need for other advisory bodies in management teams, and even, the EWG, I think, didn't get a chance to weigh in on this directly, but there's a long history of their involvement. So I don't think we need to stop the train at this point. But I was appreciating what Ms. Svensson was talking about, and making sure that this does come back at various touch points to make sure that the other groups are, I don't want to say meaningfully included, because it sounds like it wasn't until now, but I just want to take Ms. Svenson's point about how it was noticed, and just recognizing that, this week has been tremendously difficult for all of our salmon advisors, and they simply have not had the time or space to really dig into this. And I think that they do deserve a chance, and also with the intention of this work was for all of that. So, Mr. Schmiller, I heard that reflected in the comments you've made thus far. I just sort of wanted to underline the importance as this moves forward to make sure we are having those iterative touch points with all of our FMPs to keep that cross-knitting happening. I wanted to appreciate the section here on understanding of the data streams and the timeliness. That is something that I think is going to be also very important moving forward. Past have voiced that opinion about the need to better understand and make sure we're getting the data that we really need to do our best management, and have that in a way that we can incorporate into our stock assessments and other decisions that we make around management measures or cross FMP or whatnot. But I appreciate that. I think it's very important. I wanted to underline again, we had a brief conversation earlier, but just underscore sort of the importance of Indigenous knowledge, and just noting that that is different than local knowledge. It has a very specific meaning. As a non-Indigenous person, I don't feel qualified to provide that definition, but just recognizing that there are other ways of knowing, and that knowledge is grounded in millennia of lived experience and deep history, and that is different from on the water knowledge. And just as we think about different ways that this council can incorporate different types of data and knowledge that, for example, are not necessarily feeding straight into a stock assessment, that we should be respectful and thoughtful about how those knowledge streams are being incorporated. Also noting that that was one of the Ocean Conservancy recommendations about climate-ready fisheries, was to incorporate Indigenous knowledge into management. Finally, I'm a little mixed here on where to go, but I'm just going to put it out because I'm seeing a lot of intention towards probably moving forward with this as a motion. I'm reflecting on what Director Burden has shared with us, I think, several times over the past meetings about sort of the difference between guidance and emotion, and that he takes emotion very seriously and follows it sort of to the letter, versus guidance, which provides a little bit more, I guess, ironically, flexibility in how council staff moves forward with this. So I just want to voice that I've really appreciated all the comments that I've heard on the floor today, Ms. Jamilo's clarification about the motion, and I hope that that discussion really feeds into how this is executed moving forward as a motion.
Thank you. Chair Pettinger.
Yeah, my remarks earlier, I just want to make sure that I wasn't picking on the state of California. It was the only numbers I could find easily with the briefing books that I looked at. So like every state's leaving those tons of fish behind. So I don't want to take it, Marcy's, I'm picking on her or anything like that. So.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I've been quiet till now. Yeah, like Lynn said, appreciating all the work that Asia and Corey and others have done in talking to folks this week. But what Corey's last question is kind of something been on my mind of, I've been a part of the EWG and helping to build the FEP initiatives of the past, and watching these now special projects come in and them not really fitting our system. And other than Brad's example of the carryover, I'm not knowing where the tangible things are coming from this, and that's a separate. That's going to be considered separately. But so a long way of saying I've in having discussions these weeks, and it matters when you get to details. I'm not to pick on Krista, but on her example of the EFP and HMS, for example. You really got to get in the details, and when people are saying it's not the council process didn't fit, I was like, in my perspective, it's the council moved really fast, and it's the leatherback turtles that's what makes it go slow. So a long way of saying these are very involved and detailed discussions, and I want to also like have a half an hour discussion with Krista about how CPS isn't that different, but I'm not going to do it right now. But it's going to leave a lot on the shoulders of council staff is where I'm going with this. And I'm trusting it was council staff, Kit and Merrick, largely as I understand it, who put together these proposals, and they did well at that. But so going back to Corey's question, should they follow the letter of go to the letter of the motion, or more treat it like guidance and use a professional judgment to kind of meet the spirit? I'm thinking it has to be more of the latter, that they have to have a lot of leeway to figure out how to do this. And so as one more example of on the timeliness issue, I'm also sitting here thinking we're starting to get news about our PACFIN and our RecFin budgets, our grants that support the data collection that we use here at the council, and the news isn't good. So I don't know that people don't really understand our data systems in the first place. So, and what funds them. I don't understand, for example, the Salmon side of our agency and all the many pieces that go into the coded wire tags and all that. So so that timeliness, that's a huge issue we could probably spend 3 hours talking about this afternoon. And it's going to take another example of, I'm going to lean on council staff and their long expertise to use judgment and guidance, and not, I don't know how you described it, Corey, but more of the literal interpretation, original intent type Supreme Court type jurisprudence. It's more of I don't see how this happens without giving leeway to council staff.
Thank you, Corey. Executive Director Burden.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. I do feel like there's been some pontificating about how I interpret this, so maybe I should speak up. The way that I'm reading this is that Ms. Schumalo has offered a motion for the purpose of making sure that this council comes to a decision. But the way that I read the motion is it gives me and my staff the ability to try to figure out how to make it work. And it's a little bit different from how I usually interpret motions, which is tell me exactly what you want me to do, and I'm going to go do that exactly or as close as I can. So that's how I'm reading this. And I think just given the complexity of this, I'm not sure how to make it more specific, but I think the point I'm trying to make is that we'll take this, we'll do the best we can, and I think we have touch points with you all to keep us steering in the direction that you want us to go. But how to interpret this to the letter right now, I'm not sure how I would do that. So I think there's some trust that's involved here with this motion.
Asia Shamillo.
Thank you, everyone, for all the comments too. And I just wanted to say, like, maybe it's like we call on the special project, like this special project, all associated things that are in special project land, get that marker so that people know to look there and to come into other spaces to hear ideas. And my vision of this too is the overarching framework for this is always taken up in cross FMP, but like the individual actions until they touch multiple places will just stay in one lane. But if we can give some kind of designation that the actions that this council works through are related to other special projects and make sure to call attention to them that way, then maybe we'll cover making sure that everybody pays attention in the ways that they should. So.
Any further discussion? Not seeing any hands, I will call the question. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Asia. I'll give you a chance to think about your additional thoughts, but since we last reviewed our tasks, it's been a while. Gilly, what else should we do?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I would say that you have had a robust discussion about this adaptive management project, and you've definitely tackled the items on your task list. And you've talked about next steps for advancing work under this project and some initial priorities for moving forward. And you just adopted a motion that provides guidance on several elements for initiating work on this project. And I believe with that, your work is complete.
All right, with that, I will look around once more, though, and see if there are any additional comments or discussion that needs to happen. And I'm not seeing any, so we'll close out this agenda item. Before passing the gavel, I will just confirm with Executive Director Burden, I do not think we're going to Salmon right now.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Let's see, just a word on this afternoon. I'm told that we should plan on Salmon coming back at about 4 p.m. this afternoon. So that gives us a chance to pick up a couple of other items in the interim. Kelly and I are proposing that we pick up H1 and H2, which are fiscal matters and appointments. So unless you would like to hold on those, I would suggest we pick them up this afternoon while we await the Salmon folks to get ready.
All right. With that, then I have to pass the gavel back to the chair.
All right. Good work, Vice Chair Hessmer and everyone. 5-minute break. Sound good? 5 minutes? All right. Take our seats, we get going. Okay, welcome back. We're starting off on H1, moving an item up here, so I'll turn to Kelly Ames to get us going. Kelly.
Thanks, Chair. Council members, this is agenda item H1, membership appointments and council operating procedures. During this agenda item, the Pacific Fishery Management Council considers administrative appointment issues regarding the council's membership roster, including council and advisory body members and any relevant changes in the council operating procedures. Council officers, members, and designees, there were no changes to the council's membership roster submitted for the advanced briefing book. Relative to council advisory body appointments, for the Coastal Pelagic Species Management Team, the National Marine Fisheries Service West Coast Region nominated Ms. Katie Davis to one of the 4 NIMP seats on the CPSMT, and those materials could be found in closed session A1, attachment 1. I'd like to thank Taylor DeBevec, who previously represented the West Coast region in that position for the past few years. For the enforcement consultants, attachment 1 is a letter from Assistant Director Greg Bush requesting that Deputy Assistant Special Agent in Charge Eric Morgan be assigned as the primary National Marine Fisheries Service Office of Law Enforcement representative on the Council's enforcement consultants. However, due to some personnel changes, we will be postponing consideration for backfilling of this position until the June council meeting. So at this point, please just hold attachment 1. And I know we have Assistant Director Greg Bush on the line if you have any questions. But since I do know he is listening, I do want to also thank him for his 7 years of service on the Council's enforcement consultants. He helped us navigate some very challenging issues during that time, really helping us strike the balance between flexibility but also enforceability in several of our regulations, including our electronic monitoring process, our groundfish closed areas, and recently some halibut issues. For council operating procedures, there were no changes to the council operating procedures submitted for the briefing book. So your tasks here today are only to appoint a CPSMT representative. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
All right. Questions for Kelly on the overview? I'm not seeing any. All right. Well, with that, I'll turn to Ryan Wolf. Right?
Thank you, Chair. I have a motion.
That's what we're here for, by the way, so yes.
We'll wait for the Tower of Power.
There we go.
I move the council appoint Katie Davis to one of the National Marine Fisheries Service positions on the Coastal Pelagic Species Management Team.
All right. Thank you, Ryan. Language screen. Okay, looks good. And second? Second by Lynn Mattis. Thank you, Lynn. Please speak to the motion, Ryan.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Davis has been working in the Sustainable Fisheries Division of the West Coast region since 2022 and has participated in the council process on CPS and halibut matters since then. She has served on the CPSMT in a temporary capacity for the April and November 24 meetings and has developed exempted fishing permits, scientific research permits, multiple rulemaking packages, and ESA and NEPA-related analyses for coastal pelagic species. So therefore, we think she'd be a great addition to the management team. And finally, I would also like Ms. Ames to thank Ms. Taylor DeBevec for her previous service on the CPSMT. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ryan. All right. I'll call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? All right. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. All right. Kelly? How we doing? Oh, Ryan?
Hank, sorry for taking the floor again. Since it wasn't relevant to the motion before you closed out, I just wanted to echo Ms. Ames' comments towards Mr. Greg Bush for his, exemplary service throughout his role as director on the Office of Law Enforcement, but also, of course, as a member of the EC as part of this council. So thank you.
Yep, very good. He will be missed. So, Bush Smith.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I know we'll get our chance to roast Mr. Bush, but I can't say too many good things about him because Captain Chadwick will get jealous. But Greg was a gentleman and a scholar to work with, and very accommodating, and made time when we needed him to, and just an excellent human being besides an excellent police officer. For NOAA Fisheries, and want to thank him for his service. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you much. Mark Relnick.
Well, I'll also miss Mr. Bush, but I wanted to, well, it's not really a membership appointment, it's really the other way around. I thought this might be an opportune time to mention the newly named Assistant Administrator for NOAA Fisheries, since that came out today. I don't know if I want to do it or if Ryan wants to do it.
All right, almost steal Ryan's thunder there, Ryan.
Yeah, thank you. I guess that would be a relevant agenda item. So yes, the National Marine Fisheries Service has announced Eugenio Pinheiro Soler as our next Assistant Administrator for NOAA Fisheries. Mr. Pinheiro Soler has enjoyed a long and illustrious life in fisheries management. He has a career spanning over 30 years as a successful commercial fisherman, fisheries captain, entrepreneur in his home island of Puerto Rico. He has been engaged in the council process. He served as chair of the Caribbean Fishery Management Council from 2001 to 2010. He has also been a commissioner to the International Commission for the Conservation of Atlantic Tunas, or ICAT, and participated in that delegation as well as delegations to the International Whaling Commission, and been a member of the Marine Protected Area Federal Advisory Committee, amongst other things. And he had a brief stint in the last Trump administration as the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Oceans and Atmosphere. So he brings a lot of experience. He's very familiar with the council process. I've worked with him, as has Dr. Hunt, on the ICAT delegation. I think I know Executive Director Burden and your Chair Vice would get a chance to meet with him in the upcoming CCC. And yeah, thank you, Mark, for allowing me to make that announcement. It was just announced 2 hours ago, so it is fresh news. Thanks.
Very good. Thank you. Mark?
I just want to say, and you might share this sentiment, Brad, that the new assistant administrator was on the Caribbean Council for 9 years and apparently was chair for all 9 years. So us fellow chairs must, respect that.
Definitely. Yeah, we're looking forward to meeting him next month. For absolutely that. So, okay. Scan the room one more time. Kelly?
Great, thank you, Council. We will get Ms. Katie Davis's nomination package submitted and get her into the roster for the CPS-MT, and you'll see her at future meetings. So thank you.
All right, good deal. Well, I know Greg Bush moved to Gearhart, Oregon, so you may see him clam digging maybe on a beach nearby, so we'll look for him at the low tide. So, all right, with that finishes that H1 up and takes us to H2. And I believe that, like clockwork, Patricia is just sitting down, so we'll just wait till she's ready to go, whatever that is. So.
Thank you, Chair. Situation summary for agenda item H2, fiscal matters. The Budget Committee last met last Thursday to consider an update of the 2024 expenses, status update on council administrative grants, and forecast for future budget. Your items for this meeting is supplement attachment 1 is the budget committee agenda, and your action is to consider the budget committee report and make recommendations.
All right. With that, I'll turn to our chair of the budget committee and Vice Chair Hassemer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will immediately turn to Patricia and ask her to read the budget committee report into the record so we all know what we discussed.
Thank you. Agenda item H2A, Supplemental Budget Committee Report 1, April 2025. The Pacific Fishery Management Council's Budget Committee met on Thursday, April 10th to review the Council's 2024 expenditures, the 2025 provisional budget, and fiscal uncertainties related to 2025 income levels. The meeting was intended to facilitate communication and understanding during this time of uncertainty relating to Council resources. At the time of the meeting, no updates were provided by the National Marine Fisheries Service. However, the Executive Director expects Council funding decisions to be announced on or before the May 2025 Council Coordination Committee meeting. Provided that funding available to the Council is known at the time, the Council will be in a position to adopt a final 2025 budget at the June meeting. Executive Director's Report. In 2024, the Council expended less than the approved budget by approximately $680,000. The fact that the Council is likely to come in under budget was communicated at the November 2024 Council meeting, and as a result of delays of receiving funds for special projects and a related delay in executing contracts related to those projects. While the Council came in under budget last year, expenses continue to exceed income levels at over $700,000. Over $7,000 was spent from the delayed spending account. The committee reviewed the Council's 2025 provisional budget, which is comprised of 3 funding sources. These include a no-cost extension budget of approximately $2.2 million, funding for special projects of approximately $2.3 million, and the Council's 2025-2029 grant, of which $2.7 million has been received to date. These funding sources have different requirements and timelines for their use. Mr. Burton discussed decision-making in relation to the 3 funding streams. Due to significant uncertainties, Council expenditures have been prioritized for preservation of base funding from the 2025-2029 grant. This is because funds from this source are relatively flexible and are needed in order to execute on the other 2 funding streams. In recent months, work ramped up to fully utilize the no-cost extension and funding for special projects. Budget Committee discussion on activities. The BC discussed the Council's 3 funding streams, their utilization, and their outlook. Some discussions ensued regarding the ways in which continuing resolutions take place and how CRs affect the time at which councils receive funding. In addition, the BC reviewed prior decisions regarding how the no-cost extension funds will be used and how funding for special projects are being deployed. The committee noted that deployment plans for some of these special project funds are still being developed, particularly around the concept of adaptive management, a topic that we just took up today. The committee discussed financial uncertainties and financial risk management. The BC requested that the Executive Director provide the committee with an analysis at the June meeting, which can help facilitate financial risk management in the short and long term. Recommendations: plan a 2025 Budget Committee in June and review the 2025 operational budget. Task staff to bring updated information in June to facilitate discussion about that management of financial uncertainties. And that completes the report.
Thank you, Patricia. Thank you, Pete.
Thank you. No, nothing there. Just, as you said, the meeting was planned to provide some transparency and common understanding around the current fiscal environment, and we accomplished that. So thank you.
Okay. Very good. Questions on the budget report? Okay. All right. Discussion? All right. Patricia? I see no hands.
Looks like we'll see you in June.
There you go. All right. Okay. 4 o'clock, we're looking for salmon. I would say let's dress down and to your normal casual wear, and so we can make a quick exit. and then go from there. So, do you have anything else before we clear the house?
Are we doing casual wear tomorrow? Yes. Okay.
Yes. Yes. It's a partial day. It's a travel day. So, all right. Yeah. So we'll see you at 4 o'clock. All right, everybody, welcome back for D7. With that, I'm going to turn the gavel over to Vice Chair Hassemer. So, Pete.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. Let me turn to, I know it's not Kelly Ames, Angela Forstall for the overview on this agenda item. Angela.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This is agenda item D7, further direction on 2025 management measures. The Salmon technical team will be presenting you with the analysis of tentative management measures identified by the Council so far, and the Council should provide further clarification or direction regarding these measures as necessary. You should ensure that the measures presented are those for which the Council desires a full STT analysis, as we will be coming back for final adoption under agenda item D8 tomorrow. So the Council task under this agenda item is to provide any additional guidance as necessary. And for public comment, it looks like sorry, no one is signed up for public comment. Thank you.
All right, thank you. You know the drill, but I'll just look around and make sure there are no questions before we begin. It's possible we'll have some public comment signups. So with that, I will turn to Dr. O'Farrell for the STT report. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair and council members. I will be referring to agenda item E7A, supplemental STT report, Salmon technical team report, collation of preliminary salmon management alternatives for 2025 ocean fisheries. I'm going to just cut to the chase on table 5, beginning on page 14. This is Chinook here. There are a few stocks still not meeting their management objectives, although I've heard that there has been good movement in that direction. This includes Skokomish summer-fall, Nooksack spring, Skagit summer-fall, and Stillaguamish summer-fall. Moving on to page 15. This is also for Chinook. Currently, none of the values on the right-hand side there are bolded, so the objectives are being met. Page 16, again, Chinook, and all the management measures are being met at this time as well. Moving on to page 17 in Coho. We do have a bolded stock here for Grays Harbor, and they had updated 2005 or 2025 inputs, and it's quite close. And I believe that finishes the STT's update on the impact analysis.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Dr. O'Farrell on the STT report? Marcy Yaremko.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Dr. O'Farrell. I want to ask about Klamath Fall adult impacts. Yesterday, the difficult decision was reached to recommend a closure of the California commercial fishery. Although we had cut the pre-September fisheries earlier, what I'm looking for here is some showing in this package of what our exploitation rate actually is and what portion of that is to California. I look at table 5 and on page 16, and what I see is we've met the escapement, projected escapement per the FMP control rule. and that we have our 50-50 sharing, and that the 10% exploitation rate is where we're at and that is the maximum per the FMP control rule. But the reality is, for ocean fisheries, we should be projecting less than that total 10%. The way I see this here, it shows 70.6% in the river fishery, which is done to maximize the 50-50 sharing. I understand that, but I'm looking for a showing here somewhere that shows that there is less projected exploitation in the ocean. So is there some place that is identified?
I mean, there are the appendix tables that show that there's much less harvest today in relation to yesterday. People who follow this will have seen that the ocean harvest has gone down quite a bit over the course of the week.
Yeah, thank you. I understand that, and I understand that the impacts in the A tables make clear that California shows nothing for a commercial fishery, but I'm having trouble with transparency. A lot of people have called me since the March meeting and since the publication of Pre-2, asking about these Klamath numbers and how we show this in this line item in Table 5. And so for folks that are looking to see that we've been precautionary in our approach here and in fact haven't gone up to that maximum allowed, it's difficult to convey that when the table here, this is the summary table of the impacts. It doesn't show clearly. So I'm just wondering if there's a way that we can show, instead of having it show as the 978 adult fish for recreational in river fisheries. Previously, I mean, we've set 15% aside for river fisheries. If there's a way to roll fish back out to show it as escapement rather than harvest.
I think we need to think about that a little bit more. I can't identify right here at the table a way to do this. There's also considerations that, well, I mean, perhaps could this be done within the text?
Marcy, then Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, the text would be just fine. I am not picky. I just want to be able to point to something when we leave here in Pre-3 that shows that we went above and beyond what was required by the FMP control rule for our California fisheries. If I may, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. One additional question on the line items themselves under the Klamath River Fall. The references to adults, I just want to know, should those words, when we're talking about total adults in thousands, adult fish for Yurok and Hoopa Valley fisheries, adult fish for recreational and river fisheries, are we talking about adult spawners?
Not necessarily. Adult harvest could be, in the ocean, could be made up of fish that will ultimately spawn and some that will hold over in the ocean. Trying to see if there's an example here on the page. I'm not, yeah, I don't have anything else to say about that.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you. I understand, and I'm not trying to surprise you here at the last minute, but you know, we've been having challenges with the transparency and the clarity, you know, with the package for some time. But I just wanted to see if there's anything perhaps could be done. And it sounds like if you're able to offer even some text, it would be very much appreciated, describing the exploitation on on Klamath Fall. Thank you.
Mark Gorelnik, you have a question?
Yeah, I just want to follow up on that. Some stocks we have a numerical limit. For example, on the Sacramento Fall, we have an escapement target we need to meet. Everything's in numbers of fish, and when it comes to the Sacramento Winter Chinook, it's an impact rate. It's what is your ocean impact rate, and so that's expressed in the tables as a percentage. And for Klamath Fall, it's also a spawner impact rate, a spawner reduction rate. And I think that's kind of what we're struggling with, is that it'd be useful to know, and certainly not a lot of time here and not trying to redesign the package, but it'd be useful to know what the spawner reduction rate was for each of these, at least each of the ocean fisheries, which is just Oregon and California. So we can get, and again, if it's in the text as opposed to in a table, that's fine, but it's helpful to know what that is, because it's not apparent here, and one can use algebra and try to figure it out, but it should be clearer. So would it be possible to express it on that basis, the spawner reduction rate, ocean spawner reduction rate for the two states?
I don't think that would be possible with the information we have here. I mean, the spawner reduction rate is, well, it's what it says it is. You know, it's the reduction in spawners due to fishing, I mean, you can look at state specific. Well, I don't know. I've never been asked this question before, and I wasn't really fully prepared, I guess, to answer it. Hard to think on the fly right now for that one. It doesn't seem like it's an easy fix, though. But I'll just leave it at that.
Mark?
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but this is sort of the theme of questions that have been asked since the beginning of the meeting. I mean, we know what the spawner reduction rate is from fisheries. We know it's 5% for non-tribal. We know how much of that has been ascribed to the river. So wouldn't the balance just be the spawner reduction rate from the ocean?
I mean, we can look into impacts and potentially how impacts are distributed across the fisheries. The spawner reduction rate is more difficult to portray for portions of the. Again, I'd have to think about it, because I haven't thought about this particular way of doing it before.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions on the Salmon Technical Team report? David Sones.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, Dr. Farrell. I was just, maybe I missed it, but on the coho, we have a bolded on the queets. What is it, 36.8?
Yes.
Was there a correction there, or might have missed it? Or did you say that was?
No, thank you, Mr. Sones. I did mention that in my initially when I went through the package.
Okay. I was fumbling around with my computer. Thanks.
Any other questions? Don't see any. Thanks, Mike. All right. With that, there are no other reports. Let me just check back one more. We do have a public comment. Dave Kashida. Is Dave connected? Dave, can you hear us? We're in the process. All right. Dave, it appears you've joined. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm having technical difficulties. I think it's just me, though. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, council members, and staff. And actually, I'm going to keep this short because I don't want to beat a dead horse. I was just going through all the 281 comments on the one item. And it's basically all the same. But as a recreational fisherman, I would support if the science says there's a harvestable supply of fish, that we should have some sort of season. So that's about it, and I know everyone's been working on it hard all week, and I appreciate everyone's effort. So that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Kashida on his testimony before we let him go? Seeing no hands, thanks, Dave.
Okay, thanks, Vice Chair.
That completes reports. Public comment takes us to our task here. Provide any additional guidance needed on this. So might as well continue the way we've done it in the past. And I'm just going to start in the north with Washington. Kyle Addix.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I do have some guidance today. So this is relative to Agenda Item D7A, Supplemental STT Report 1, dated April 14th, 2025. Implement the following changes for the WDFW Commercial Management Alternatives, beginning on page 1. For the U.S.-Canada border to Cape Falcon spring season, adjust the catch limit for the season to 36,800 Chinook. Adjust the catch limit for the area between the U.S.-Canada border and Queets River to 8,000 Chinook. Adjust the U.S.-Canada border to Queets River to 100 Chinook per vessel per landing week, and adjust the Ledbetter Point to Cape Falcon to 80 Chinook per vessel per landing week. For the U.S.-Canada border to Cape Falcon summer season, adjust the catch limit for the season to 24,450 Chinook. Adjust the landing and possession limit for July 1 through 9 to 60 coho per vessel for that period. Adjust the landing and possession limit beginning July 10th to 60 coho per vessel per landing week. So that one sentence should have said for that period instead of per landing week. Thank you. And moving down to Table 2, WDFW Recreational Management Alternatives, beginning on page 7. For Ledbetter Point to Cape Falcon, the Columbia River sub-area, adjust the season to June 25 through the earlier of September 30th or attainment of the quota or guideline. Open 7 days per week, all salmon, 2 salmon per day, no more than one of which may be a Chinook. Coho must be marked with a heeled adipose fin clip. So we've done a lot of work over the past 2 days north of Falcon to try to meet the management objectives for all of our Chinook and coho stocks. The changes to the catch limits in the spring and summer seasons in the northern part of the coast and the troll fishery are to lower impacts on Puget Sound stocks and help us get to those objectives there. The change to the recreational fishery is just a delay to the start date. We had a couple different things and alternatives, and this is where we landed once we saw where the quotas and guidelines were falling out for this year. A lot of additional model inputs will be coming for inside fisheries. There was an error found in the Queets freshwater input, as Mr. Solms referenced, that should fix that, make that stock meet its management objective, and I believe with what we have for other fisheries, what we see tomorrow should meet all of our objectives. And I'll just thank the council again for your patience over the past couple days as we had to delay late into the day to get back here with some guidance.
All right, thank you, Kyle, and I'll check in with Dr. O'Farrell if there's any questions. Nope. All right, thanks. Next we'll move to Oregon. John North.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Oregon doesn't have any guidance today.
All right, thank you. And I'll turn to my right. California, Marcy Remco.
No guidance. Thank you.
All right, thanks. And further down, David Sones.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I do have some, and I'm not sure where this fits in, but the Yurok and Klamath tribes asked me to provide guidance that maybe I'll have to type out as I, it's short, and okay, they want to maximize the tribal harvest of adult Klamath River Fall Chinook per the harvest control rule. Maximize the tribal harvest of the adult Klamath River Chinook, Fall Chinook per the harvest control rule and a 50-50 tribal non-tribal sharing. And I guess maybe that Marcy can help a little with what we were trying to do there, is get it more into the language, into the model runs, I guess, is where we're trying to put this. I don't know. They didn't give me a lot of guidance on what how to implement this in, but maybe it's just in the way we're putting the model runs together. Marcy, if you can understand that. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I guess I would ask Dr. O'Farrell to come up and confirm, but I believe this has already been taken care of. Thank you.
Go ahead, Dr. O'Farrell.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. That's true. We implemented that prior to this last round, and that has been completed.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then I also have from the QTA tribes would like to come up and provide some guidance that I think we will get up on the screen also. They could come up.
Okay. Give them time to get up here. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good day. Again, Cleve Jackson, Fishery Policy Spokesperson. Quinault Indian Nation. My position is codified under Title 51, one of our governing documents. We've been a governing tribe for over 100 years. A little bit more of who I am. I'm the 7th generation from our treaty shiner. My Chupa, my grandfather, Chief Tahola. We're a tribe. Well, we're a nation of about 5,000 members, and we are a fishing community. And we are very passionate, and we care deeply about our fish, and that's why we're here today in front of you all. I'll kick it over to Chet Tweed.
Good afternoon again, Council. My name's Chet Tweed. I'm a Quinault and Earl tribal member. I'm a policy representative for the Quinault Indian Nation, and I'm a lifelong Queets River fisherman. I take a lot of pride in that river. I come from a small community on the west coast of Washington State, and I take a lot of pride from where I come from. A lot of people have their perspective views of different areas within our state and all over everywhere else, and I know you all take pride in where you come from. Come from such a small community that fish mean the world to us. So I also commend and thank all of you sitting up there in front of us for doing the work that you do to help manage and to help make sure some of our stocks get back to us, because that's what we fully rely on. We don't have a lot of opportunity coming from my little community. So it's my strong belief that we're sitting up here before you today because we do stuff for a reason, and we believe strongly that there's a reason behind what we're pushing for right now, and our request moving forward. We have to go home and answer to our people, just like you have to answer to everybody throughout everybody's fisheries. So we're up here today to read the testimony on behalf of the QTA tribes. Quinault Treaty Area tribes oppose extending the treaty troll fishery through September 30th. Any proposal to modify the treaty troll season length or evaluate its impacts through test fishing must be developed jointly and agreed to by all affected co-managers. QTA is committed to working with the co-managers to develop a multi-year genetic-based test fishery in all north of Falcon ocean management areas to improve understanding of shifts in stock composition through September. For several decades, the treaty troll fishery has extended from May 1st to September 15th and has provided sufficient opportunity to harvest annual Chinook and Coho quotas. The treaty troll fishery has been closed no later than September 15th as a precautionary measure to reduce the risk of overharvesting Washington North Coast natural origin coho stocks, as coho originating from the Fraser River, Columbia River, and Puget Sound migrate away from the Washington North Coast. As a precautionary measure, we request that all ocean fisheries, treaty troll, non-treaty troll, or non-treaty commercial and recreational, off the Washington coast be closed no later than September 15th. And once again, thank you for your time and thank you for the work that all of you do.
Thank you for that. Let me look around and see if anybody has any questions regarding the testimony. And seeing no questions, thank you very much for that and your time.
May I follow up with a little history? When this first came up for Quinault Indian Nation back in the 90s, solely to protect Washington coastal stocks because they tend to face major concerns throughout time, and we brought this forward and we wanted September closed, but we understand this is a shared resource, a shared fishery, and we met in the middle. Just felt the need to share.
Thank you.
That is all I have. I'm not sure how we will put this into guidance, but the testimony was important that they could get that position out. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Anything else here? Before Susan Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So just a clarification for Mr. Sones. So the current guidance for the treaty troll fishery would remain the September XX text that's in the guidance that we have currently?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Susan, yes, I think that there's no, until we get to the end here and make final motions tomorrow, those dates would be open as far as I can tell. And we'll see. We're giving these groups time to continue to work on those dates and hope we can get it resolved for us tomorrow, and so we can get a final date in there.
Susan.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I was not quick enough with my hand to ask questions of the gentlemen representatives from the Quinault tribe to find out when the test fishery that might occur would occur and how it would fit into sort of the time frame that we're talking about for the fisheries that are out there in the ocean. So that would be something I would appreciate clarity on in the interim between now and tomorrow. We would want to make sure that those impacts from that test fishery or evaluation fishery, whatever ends up being proposed, were included in the modeling, and that we would make sure that we covered that in the regulatory text that we had. So those fisheries would be able to go forward during the season. And I understand there'll be greater clarity coming, it sounds like.
Yes. The test fishery last year was from September 15th, after it closed, to September 30th. But I'm not clear on what they're asking. You know, is it the whole month of September that they're taking data down? And because they did use genetic data. We're usually using Cote d'Ivoire tag data being collected, so it would require some extra data to be brought in.
There we go. Someone who can address it directly.
Chet.
Thank you for the question. To bring clarity, we would like to conduct, well, first and foremost, intertribally with our treaty troll co-managers, we would like to develop a test fishery for the last 2 weeks of September. Last year there was a test fishery that ended up taking place. We weren't a part of that. We seen that presentation when all of you seen that. But that test fishery that was produced to the council yesterday was only in Area 4. And the plan moving forward would be to capture test fisheries in areas 2, 3, and 4. And our request is to try to do a multi-year genetic testing to evaluate and, like I previously mentioned, if we're going to do it right. But we wanted to make sure all areas were accounted for when we conduct that test fishery.
Thank you. Susan.
Thank you. I just want to express appreciation for that clarity. Thank you. We will just need, NEMS will just need to make sure that the time frame is defined in the final action tomorrow that we take for the treaty troll fisheries, so that the intent of, say, the commercial fishery as well as any test fisheries are covered in those regulations. So, and happy to work with you or answer any questions you have.
I appreciate it, and thank you very much. Any further question?
Doesn't look like there's any, so thanks for coming up and clarifying that.
Thank you, Council.
All right, anything else here? And if there's nothing for you to add, one question we have, because the executive director and staff are working on scheduling and we need to think about organization tomorrow. When people think we might be able to reconvene for our final salmon agenda item here to take final action. Any preliminary thoughts? I know there's a lot of work and a lot of discussion that need to go on, but we need to be able to prepare in advance a little bit. Kyle Addix.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I haven't tracked the council schedule yet, so I don't know. Do you have other items left to cover yesterday, or are you done except for salmon?
Let me turn to Executive Director, who handles all that scheduling.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. So we do have two agenda items remaining on our docket. We do have future meeting planning, of course, per usual, and then final salmon action. I would recommend that our default be to come back tomorrow at 9 rather than 8. That would give everyone a little bit of time in the morning to gather thoughts ahead of final action on salmon. And if we're not ready at 9, we can pick up future meeting planning. That usually takes us about an hour or two, and then salmon might be ready at that time. That's my thought, but happy to take other suggestions.
All right. Kyle?
I think that makes sense to me. If we realize we're not quite ready at 9, we'll have a little more time, but hopefully we can be ready by 9. We're north of Falcon.
All right. Thank you. Anything else? Otherwise, Angela, does that complete the work here?
Yes, thank you. The council has provided the STT with additional guidance, and so we look forward to coming back and reporting out. The STT will report back tomorrow.
All right, that closes the agenda item. I need to pass the gavel back again to the chair.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Hasselberg. Great work, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock on salmon, or Not sure which the agenda item is on. So